Hello, my fellow Alaskans. How are we all doing on this beautiful evening? Here is our opportunity, our chance to weigh in on Alaskan Parental Rights Bill HB 105. Time to line up, get on the phone, start calling in. It's time to give public testimony on the governor's bill, trying to return our liberties, our freedoms that are all on the line, and it's up to us to protect them. They have started it up, and I'm going to go ahead and switch on over to them. Thank you guys all for tuning in. Don't forget to like, share, and click that bell to be notified every time we go live.
My co-chair, Representative Ruppridge, Representative McCormick, welcome back. Representative McKay and Representative Story and myself, co-chair Representative Allard. I'd like to remind the committee members and those in the audience to silence or turn off your cell phones. The staff will be assisting us today are Lori Rowland, thank you for being here, with House Records, and Zach Longhorn with the LIO, and Lindsay Causer, our House Committee aide. The only item on tonight's agenda is public testimony for HB 105, Parental Rights in Education, referred to House Education Committee by the House Rules Committee as a request of the governor. I will now bring House Bill 105 back before the committee. This is our third hearing on this bill. All public testimony will be limited to 2 minutes per testifier. I would like to ask all testifiers to stay within a 2-minute time frame and make sure that HB 105 is the topic, parental rights and transparency, and stick to that bill, please. Public testimony will be open. No personal attacks on any members of the committee will be tolerated. Testimony is now open. I will first take public testimony from those who have traveled to our capital and are in the room today and then currently in the room. So we call each person up one at a time. And the first person I'm going to call, according to the sign-in sheet, will be David Brighton from Kenai. If you could please put your name on the record, your affiliation, whether you support or oppose this bill, and you can begin your testimony.
Good evening. My name is David Brighton. I am from Kenai, Alaska, and I am here to speak in opposition to this bill. Thank you for the time that you guys are allotting us to share public testimony. I am a teacher. I work at Skyview Middle School, and I am very concerned about the implications behind this bill. My goal as a teacher is to work with students. I'm a special ed teacher. My kids need to catch up. I work with them every day. They're learning to write sentences. As they learn to write sentences, we're learning to write paragraphs. They're learning to read. We're improving reading skills. I want them to realize all the potential they have in the classroom. That's my goal. However, there are a lot of things that kids bring to the classroom, and sometimes they're not prepared for learning. And this bill will interrupt the learning process for many of those students that are in the LGBTQ plus community. Students need to feel safe. I have students that have come to me and asked to use pronouns. They've asked me to use a different name than is on the rolls. And when I do that, their faces light up. They call me their favorite teacher. They say they like my classroom because they're comfortable to be who they are. I know that this can be a controversial issue sometimes with people being comfortable or uncomfortable with the LGBT community. But there have always been people throughout history that identify as gay or transgender. We're not going anywhere. We're going to exist. And I would ask you guys to respect the rights of those people that are just looking for common decency. I've never questioned once when a student came and said, I don't like my first name. Would you call me by my middle name? Absolutely, Tom.
Can you wrap up your testimony, please?
Yes, I will. I would just ask that you do not pass this bill. I believe it violates the rights of expression for our students. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So the next person up would be, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to read handwriting here, Mark Freed from Seward, Alaska.
It's Fraud.
Fraud, thank you. If you could come up.
All right.
And if you could put your name on the record, your affiliation, support or oppose the bill.
Okay.
And then you could begin your testimony.
Okay. Good evening. For the record, my name is Mark Fraud, and I am the PE teacher at Seward Elementary School. I have over 40 years of education experience across 6 decades and have worked in 5 school districts in Alaska. I'm speaking in opposition to HB 105. My job as an educator is to teach students and keep them safe. My motto is, come as you are. I believe diversity is our greatest attribute. As an educator, I welcome all students, no matter their race, creed, religion, sexual orientation, or gender identity. With the very high suicide rate LGBTQ students face, I find this bill, HB 105, targets LGBTQ students and is completely unnecessary and a complete overreach. Finally, I think this is a big distraction from the overwhelming issues facing students and schools in my community. Our district is facing major budget deficits. Programs and opportunities are less each year, and I urge you to focus on the impacts of flat funding and supporting students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Okay, the next person up is Morgan Lim. Did I say that correctly? Yes. Thank you. If you could please say your name on the record, affiliation, support, or oppose, and then begin your testimony.
Thank you, Co-Chair Allard and members of the House Education Committee. For the record, my name is Morgan Lim. I'm a Juneau resident, and today I'm speaking on behalf of Planned Parenthood Alliance Advocates, Alaska. HB 105 is an extreme attack on LGBTQ youth and that forcibly outs and misgenders LGBTQ students, imposes bathroom bans on trans students, adopts don't say gay policies, and attacks sex ed for all Alaskans. I want to send so much love to all the transgender folks and their loved ones who are being forced once again to stand up in front of a room of people and defend their right to exist. All kids deserve to have school be their safe space to learn, grow, and develop. LGBTQ youth know who they are and deserve to be affirmed in their identity. HB 105 forces educators and counselors' hands by requiring them to disclose student health records to parents and to get parental permission before respecting a student's gender identity, regardless of whether that student wants their parent to know or whether the educator feels it is appropriate. LGBTQ youth deserve the right to access health care and school counseling without the fear that this information will be disclosed. They should have the right to have their pronouns respected. They should not be forcibly outed or lose the opportunity to share their identity with their parents in their own time and in a manner that they choose. No student should have to live in fear that the trusted adults in their life will out them to their parents, and no teacher should be forced to betray the trust they work so hard to build. This bill also targets trans students by encouraging school districts to force trans students to use a bathroom or locker room that doesn't match their gender identity. This bill would profoundly violate all students' privacy by forcing peers, educators, and coaches to police whether or not a student is trans, which the school is not legally or ethically authorized to do. Not only is this bill an attack on LGBTQ youth, it is also an attack on the student's ability to access basic, comprehensive sex ed. This bill prohibits sex ed of any kind below the 4th grade.
Wrap up your testimony.
For the health and safety of LGBTQ students and young people across Alaska, we urge you to oppose HB 105. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Looks like next we have Lynette McNutt. Is she here? We will come back to that name in case she stepped out. Let's go to, interesting. I can't, Lupita Alvarez. Are they in the room? So these are different than here. So I'm going to go off the list.
They didn't want to testify.
Okay. I apologize. I didn't.
It's okay. But
Okay.
I would just say I'm against that, this bill. Absolutely.
Did you want to put your name on the record, ma'am? And if you wanted to testify, I apologize. I didn't see that last line there that said no.
It's okay. I
Okay.
was just not prepared necessarily, but absolutely reading the bill. My name is Lupita Alvarez. I'm a teacher with the Montessori School here in Juneau, and I've been working with children for over 25 years. This bill is not a good idea. It puts a lot of pressure on teachers, fear on teachers to be able to support students in different situations that may arise, whether it's a young child or a teenager. So please don't approve this bill.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Okay, Nelson Merrill. Thank you. If you could please put your name on the record, your affiliation, support or oppose, and then begin your testimony, please.
Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Nelson Merrill. I'm from Juneau. I'm a commercial fisherman, husband, and father of two. And I oppose House Bill 105. Thank you for the opportunity to speak out against it. I woke this morning not planning to publicly denounce this proposed legislation. I'm shy by nature, and I abhor public speaking. In the end, I decided that the trans community is in perpetual fear of policies and hateful ideology like what this bill represents every day, and that the disappointment I'd feel for not speaking out for them far outweighs my temporary uncomfortableness. It was telling that the only people who spoke in favor of this bill when it was initially heard provided no supporting research or documentation to back up their assertions. The reason being that the evidence overwhelmingly states that supporting trans people in their transitions drastically reduces suicide and depression rates, which are astronomical in this demographic. It seems the point of this bill is the antithesis of the intent of this body, and I find it disheartening that it is even being heard out of respect for the governor at the expense of some of the state's most vulnerable. School is supposed to be a welcoming, safe environment for all our students, and this bill would be a disservice to that core mission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we have Emily Kane.
Hello, I'm Dr. Emily Kane. I've been a healthcare provider in Juneau for about 30 years. Thank you so much for your time in hearing public testimony. I'm strongly in opposition to House Bill 105. Basically, it reduces safe spaces for children. I would like to present, as an educator, a bit about biology versus society. So biology moves really slowly. If you think about thousands of years of rain to carve out the Grand Canyon, just bear with me here, and thousands of years that it took for humans to become bipedal and to evolve opposable thumbs, that moves really, really slowly. And the reason that we really only have two sets of basic genitalia is because when the haploid sperm and the haploid egg come together to make a diploid zygote, that's pretty mechanically complex.
Dr. Kane, can you please speak to the bill?
Yes, I am. I think there's some confusion between biology and society, so I'm just giving the backdrop for that. So biologically, yes, there's basically two sets of genes and genitalia, but as a society, we're so much more than that. We're human ingenuity, imagination, creativity, and there's a vast, diverse expression of human reality. So I think that there's some confusion that it's taken thousands of years. We have two genders, and there's this idea that there can only be these two genders, but human expression is much more varied. So I think making it wrong or illegal for people, queer people, to express, someone else said, queer people have always been here. We're not going away. And many of your constituents are queer. Why would we want to make this state unsafe for them or penalize them because of being who they want to be? Many religious traditions.
Testimony, please.
Many religious traditions have accepted non-binary presentations of humanity. Christ himself obviously presents as a very androgynous way. So
Dr. Kane,
this is a
thank you
mean
for your
bill.
testimony.
Please make it go away tonight.
Thank you very much. The next person on the list, and forgive me if I can't say your name correctly, I'm Apakua. It looks like Apayauq. Thank you. If you could put your name on the record, affiliation, support, or oppose, and begin your testimony, please.
I think I already did when it was.
It's okay, I'll take a brief at ease. Can you pass?
I
Order of the Education Committee. Go ahead with your testimony.
I'm Apayao Gretan. I'm a 25-year-old trans woman, and I am Inupiaq from Kaktovik. And last year, I became the first trans woman to run the Iditarod. And I'm here to oppose House Bill 105. When I was 4 years old, I said that I was going to be a girl when I grew up, but no one listened to me. As I got a bit older, I started to realize that the world perceived me as a boy and that I would be expected to act like one. I buried that part of myself for years. As I got older, I picked up perceptions of trans women from the media and how my friends talked about trans women. We were presented as monsters, freaks, disgusting deceivers, the butt of a joke, or a murder victim in a crime show. We were never presented as human beings. I never saw girls like me. By the time I was realizing I'm trans, by researching online, I had already gone through a testosterone puberty, which I wish I would have learned about trans people before that happened. I would have had less of a hard time. Though I'm very glad that I have started transition when I was 24. And I have many friends who started when they were older, and they all say that it's worth it. I'm worried about bills like this. I'm worried about whether I can build a future in Alaska.
Can you please wrap up your testimony?
But I am very glad that my parents have now, they have a daughter now.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. The next person up would be Brenda Taylor. Or no, I apologize. I think it says Dr. Charlene Apak.
This is the flag that I carried across the finish line.
Is Charlene here, please?
I'm coming.
Thank you. If you could put your name on the record, your affiliation, support, or oppose, and then begin your testimony, please. And just a reminder, we have 2 minutes.
Koyana, for the record, my name is Dr. Charlene Akpik Apak. And I want to say Koyana to the Klinkaani land that is hosting all of us as guests on their lands right now. I have a background in gender, women's sexuality studies and a PhD in Indigenous studies. And I currently serve as the Director of Gender Justice and Healing at Native Movement. I also identify, according to the definition provided on page 2 in this bill, line 28, as something else. Maybe that definition was given from CNN. Most importantly, I'm calling in as a parent. I have an 8-year-old, and I must stand up for efforts that are targeting to harm our LGBTQ and Two-Spirit youth. There are many concerns I have that I will outline here briefly. Our youth deserve to have safe access to resources especially through our schools. We know how important counselors are, and there's plenty of research that shows how important LGBTQ youth who have a supportive adult in their life drastically increases their health and well-being. The other part I'd like to point out is that banning sex education below the 4th grade is also incredibly harmful and can cause a lot of harm in our communities and is absolutely unacceptable. It has also been shown that having youth know their bodily autonomy is so important, especially when preventing sexual abuse, something that's rampant in our state. Which brings up the issue of bathrooms. This is also a misconception of unsafety. This bill would violate the privacy of students and police who is trans. Some people think that safety, yes, I'll wrap it up.
Can you please wrap up your testimony?
I am. Some people think that safety is an issue by enforcing, that this is a safety issue, but by enforcing this bill, it would actively cause unsafety. For example, having feminine presenting people go in masculine restrooms and masculine and feminine. That would be quite jarring instead of supporting folks to self-identify.
Can you please wrap up your testimony? We have a lot of people to get through, and I want to give everybody the same amount of time.
Yes. Lastly, we have always been here, and we always will. Koyana.
Thank you very much for your testimony. The next person up is Brenda Taylor.
Chair Allard.
Just a minute, please. Brief at ease. Okay, call to order the House Committee. And I was just given a reminder, and I apologize. If you didn't finish your testimony, you could also send it to us. I plan on leaving public testimony open until I come back to chair with the help of my co-chair, Representative Ruffridge. So you could also send in your emails, continue all week until we close public testimony. Oh, okay, then you can send it to house.education@aklake.gov. Okay, and it looks like Ms. Taylor, you are ready. Go ahead with your testimony, please.
Hi, my name is Brenda Taylor. I live here in Juneau. I have 2 children who graduated from Juneau Douglas High School, Yada, Calais. And I'm also a teacher, have been a teacher, but am not doing that right now. I listened with a lot of interest yesterday to the invited testimony, and I wanted to particularly appreciate Representative Ruffridge's questions about how Erin's law specifically is going to interact with this, and I appreciated Dr. Bishop trying to answer that question, but I wasn't satisfied. So I'd really like to understand better how that's really going to happen. As a victim of sexual abuse myself, I did not know that the thing that had happened to me when I was 12 years old from my mother's boyfriend was sexual abuse until I was 25 in an education class, because I didn't have the language for that. And a whole lot of things, including my mother marrying that man, would have not happened if I had known that that's what that was. So I think that when I think about what is it that we don't want children to know, I think we need to give them information and words and knowledge and power. And I think that when I was trying to think about where this bill will go, I'm really concerned about what other things we will decide that schools can't talk about and that will have to be opted into. I don't understand why this bill is asking to take the opt-out option and make that be an opt-in option. That makes it so much harder. I think we all know all the permission slips that get lost in kids' backpacks, and I think that that would be a horrible thing to have that these sexual abuse classes, sexual reproduction classes, not have students in them because the parents didn't understand that they had to opt in. I also was really concerned that there was a lot of conflating family involvement with parental rights, and I don't think those are the same things. I absolutely agree that family involvement is super important. I've worked in a charter school where family involvement was paramount. I've been on a site council chair. Representative Story and I have had many discussions about that, but that is not the same thing as being able to tell other parents what should not be happening with their kids. And then finally, what I wanted to say is that I think the more that we can help teachers to be the best listeners and facilitators of difficult conversations so that nobody's saying this is the way to think, but that we are encouraging students to think for themselves, that's what school should be.
Thank you very
your
much, and
testimony.
I
Much
appreciate the
appreciated.
difficult
Thank you.
work that you have ahead of you.
I'm not, these are done, okay. Thank you. And the next person up, I'm going to go down the list, is Izzy Rowland. I think that's, thank you. If you could come up, put your name on the record, whether you oppose or support the bill and your affiliation, please, and begin your testimony.
My name is Izzy Rowland. I oppose this bill. I'm from here in Juneau, Alaska. I'm a trans-masked, non-binary individual who works with runaway and homeless youth here in Juneau. We have one runaway and homeless youth shelter here. And I didn't come with a prepared speech today because I know that there are other people who will say what I have to say far more eloquently before me, and they all say it after me. My fear as I sit before you today is that a lot of the individuals that come through our shelter are trans and LGBTQ youth. I work with these kids every day of my life, and these children are going to die. This bill will put these children in direct risk and in harm's way, and this bill will actively kill the youth of Alaska. And I say this not to be dramatic. I say this not to, this is real. These kids come to me, and we know that they don't always have safe homes to go to, and we are hopefully able to get them to their next spot and to their next safe home, or to back to home where we can talk to parents and help them understand. But those families, if they are not already safe, by outing them forcibly through school is not going to make it a safe home for them to go home to. And I implore this committee to take that as seriously as I do every single day, because I know these kids' names. I care deeply about them. And when they start to die, I will hold every single one of you responsible.
Thank you for your testimony. The next person up is Noah Williams. Thank you. If you could put your name on the record, your affiliation, and whether you support or oppose the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Noah Williams. I'm here, born and raised in Juneau, Alaska. I ran with Brenda's son on the cross-country team here, and I worked with the Juneau Teen Council before, although I am here representing myself today. Thank you to Morgan. This bill is the worst of the garbage that I have seen over the last 8 years since coming to these committee hearings when the governor originally proposed 3 separate bills against sex education, against LGBTQ youth, and it is incredibly harmful. Like Brenda said, it is ensuring that children will not have the framework to describe what they are experiencing as abuse. I have seen far too much of that. It is ensuring that they will not have the framework to understand that being gay is not something that is wrong, shameful, harmful to anyone else, and it harms Alaska's youth. It is a representation of systemic bullying of the most vulnerable people in our state, and it does no good. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go back up, and I look like Drilly Kine, D-R-I-L-Y, Kine, K-I-N-E. Are they here? I will come back to you. The next person up is Kay Robert. Thank you. If you could put your name on the record, your affiliation, and whether you support or oppose the bill, and begin your testimony.
All right. Good evening. My name is Kay Ravert. I'm a resident of Juneau, here to testify in opposition to HB 105. My concerns regarding the danger HB 105 would put our youth in are many. My first concern regarding HB 105 is that it poses restrictions on sex education and could prevent a child from learning how to verbalize sexual abuse, preventing them from obtaining help. This would deny a child the opportunity to learn how to fully express to others which parts of their bodies were violated. This would limit their knowledge of abuse and prevention, who to tell, and how to escape. The so-called parental right to keep children from participating in sex ed could be used by an abusive parent or whomever has custody to continue harming the child. My second concern is the restriction of education on sexual orientation and gender identity, As a queer non-binary child in school in the 90s and 2000s, I was not given words to describe myself. These things were not taught in our sex ed curriculum. This othered people like me and will leave youth feeling alone, different, and unseen. Queer and trans youth should be able to express their identities and know them to be a normal part of human gender and sexuality. My next concern is the direction to schools that they are required to notify a child's caregiver of name or pronoun changes. This violates the child's privacy and could cause harm, at worst being their caregiver abandoning them or abusing them because of their perceived otherness. Honestly, if they felt safe at home, they would have told their family their name and pronoun changes already. That said, this gives me concern for the safety and mental well-being of any youth being outed as queer or trans and to potentially unsafe caregivers. Overall, this is an attack on queer youth, as well as an attempt to keep childhood survivors of sexual abuse silent and ignorant on their ability to report and seek help. This will do nothing but other trans youth and let rapists be rapists.
Thank you for your testimony. The next person is Megan Hinton. Thank you, Megan. If you can put your name on the record, your affiliation, whether you support or oppose, and begin your testimony.
My name is Megan Hinton. I am representing myself. I am a special education teacher here in Juneau. I've been a teacher for 16 years. I oppose this bill. We at the high school deal with this on a daily basis, and it's not an issue. It's not an issue at all. Parents are able to opt out of sexual education. I have students that are transgender, and let me tell you, at the school, it is not an issue. You are making it an issue. The governor is making it an issue. Kids have enough to figure out on their own. They don't need other people telling them what they're doing is wrong when it's expressing who they are as an individual. It's really stepping on their First Amendment rights. The suicide rate for transgender people is 25%. This bill will make that go up. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Aaron Brackle? Thank you. If you could put your name on the record, your affiliation, whether you support or oppose the bill, and then begin your testimony, please.
My name is Aaron Brackle. I'm speaking on my own behalf and on behalf of my family. I oppose this bill. I want to say Gunesh Cheesh to the Aquan people whose land we're on. I grew up here in Zuntakahini, Juneau. My elementary school is up the street. In fact, as I was telling you, Representative Himshoot yesterday, I actually went to school in third grade in this building because there was lead remediation issues in a construction project that extended out into the school year. And the legislature was kind enough, along with many other, churches and community centers, whatever, around the community to host children here. So third grade. And it wasn't much after that.
Sir, could you speak on the bill?
Yeah, I'm speaking to the bill.
Thank you.
When I was sexually abused as a child by a unsafe adult, and having the tools to speak about that didn't come to me until many years later. And I think that all children should have the availability of the information and the knowledge and the ability to speak safely with people about sexual abuse and also about their own gender. And that safety doesn't always extend to their own families, unfortunately. And I experienced that growing up here in Juneau on this street, where my friends who were not cisgendered, straight, were threatened and violated, and they actually lost the ability to access their own homes safely. And that shouldn't happen. It continues to happen, unfortunately. It's happened to members of my family, and not a long time ago. So I think protecting the ability of children to have privacy is protecting their own safety. Unfortunately, at times, schools and societies need to protect their safety from their families. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Next will be Ricky Tagaban. Thank you. If you could put your name on the record, affiliation, support, or oppose, and begin your testimony, please.
Gunachish. My name is Ricky Tagaban. I am a Juneau resident, and I oppose this bill. I'm Jignachedi from Diganahit and Wishkitanyeti from the Akwan. My father's people are Akwan. I grew up here in a Pentecostal family, and the first thing I ever heard about queerness as a child was that gay people don't exist and that gay people are just believing a lie from the devil. And so when you are a young gay person and you hear these messages in your home, you go into survival mode and you search for people who can see all these parts of you and tell you you're okay. And those mentors that I found who threw out a lifeline, those were educators, and they found kind, gentle ways, caring ways to tell me that there was nothing wrong with me and that my gender identity was my business and that it wasn't a character flaw and that my sexual orientation was something that I could be proud of. And this bill will criminalize those people. There's already a finite amount of people in our communities who are doing that work. And I find it unbelievable that we would try to criminalize that kind of work. Goodness cheesh.
Thank you for your testimony. Next will be Connor Landrum. Thank you. Welcome. If you could please put your name on record, whether you oppose or support the bill, your affiliation, and if you could begin your testimony, please.
My name is Connor Lindrum, and I oppose this bill. I was born and raised here in Juneau. My first reason for opposing this bill is that it stipulates that a school will only agree to address a student by their pronouns and chosen name if given permission to do so by their parents. Would that we lived in a world where transphobia was a myth, or that at least it was not directed from one family member to another. But since we do not live in that world, this creates a policy where the default position of the school is to agree with transphobic guardians of transgender children and increase the reach of their abuse into the supposedly safe grounds of our schools. My second reason for opposing this bill is that it would assign locker rooms and bathrooms by biological sex. People across this country and in this state should be allowed to use the locker room and restroom that makes sense for their gender. In order for that to be good and safe and true in the public world, it must also be true in the scholastic world, where we are raised and first learn how to integrate with our peers and our community. Please do not pass this bill, as it encourages a transphobic baseline for our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Abby. Abby, if you could just put your name on the record and your affiliation, whether you support or oppose, and begin your testimony, please.
Thank you. My name is Abigail Leatherman, and I am here in opposition of HB 105. This bill is nothing more than thinly veiled transphobia, willing to put the lives and well-being of LGBTQ youth, as well as all youth in the public school system in Alaska, at risk. By not acknowledging the child's pronouns and name without parental consent and outing kids to their families before they are ready or even necessarily safe to do so, this bill forces trans and gender nonconforming kids into disempowering and dangerous conditions when we know that that drives depression and suicide rates. Additionally, comprehensive and age-appropriate sex education is critical in lowering STIs and unwanted pregnancy, and even helping kids identify and thus protect themselves from sexual abuse by learning what healthy boundaries and normal conduct looks like. The additional barriers HB 105 would create in providing that education puts our youth at unnecessary risk. At the core of it, LGBTQ plus youth exist, belong in our schools and communities, and deserve to be protected and respected. HB 105 is in direct violation to these basic rights. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And I'm going to go back up. Is Drilly Kine, DRILY KINE in the room? Okay, we'll come back. Next would be Pat Race.
Thank you. Yeah, for the record, my name is Pat Race. I live here in Juneau. I'm worried that there's been some discussion in this committee about what counts as true public testimony, and I was disheartened to hear Alaskan teachers dismissed as not necessarily being members of the public. I'd like to voice my preference as a member of the public that this education committee, truly listen to the voice of Alaska teachers, because I think those are the experts that are in the classroom and on the ground. And I thank you all for being so attentive here tonight. It's really appreciated. As a small business owner, I've had trans employees. I've served on volunteer boards with trans Alaskans, and I've even had a little brother through the Big Brothers Big Sisters program who turned out to be a little sister years after graduating from high school. To me, trans Alaskans are like any other member of our community, and all the fear and weirdness being stoked by this particular bill from the governor feels unnecessary. I don't like the opt-in parental permissions in this bill. I think it creates a mountain of paperwork for teachers. It accommodates a small group rather than a large group of parents that just want their kids to learn about reproduction and the human body. I think that there's problems with this bill. My name's Patrick. My teachers called me Pat. I don't want to have to get a permission slip from my parents for that to happen. It's just not well written. The bill invites lawsuits from parents against school districts. We're looking at a time when school districts are strapped for cash, and we're trying to pile up a bunch of lawsuits against them. I don't think that's going to be helpful. I think that having a bunch of, we talk about wanting to focus our effort on the classroom. This doesn't do that. This bill doesn't do that at all. I'm just surprised anyone's trying to make hay with this topic, because I frankly don't think most Alaskans care. I think that we don't care if our electrician puts on a dress after work. We care if they get the wiring installed. And I think Alaska is a live and let live state, and that's not the spirit of this bill. So I hope that you end it tonight. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And sir, just for the record, you oppose or support the bill?
I oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, next is Wendy Burns. Hi. Can you go ahead and put your name on the record, your affiliation, and whether you support or not the bill?
Hi, my name is Wendy Burns. I am a resident of Juneau, a lifelong resident of Juneau. I oppose this bill. I am a teacher here in Juneau, and I really come from a long line of teachers, and it seems prudent to spend a little bit of time discussing really what my job entails. My job is to educate and build a strong relationship with every student that walks through the door of my classroom every year. And in order for me to take on that duty, that service, that thing that I am in this community to do, I have to be ready to accept them as whoever they are, and they have to, in order to learn, know that they are safe in my classroom, safe within the walls of our school, and that they are with trusted adults who are there to advocate for them and who are there to truly know them. And I just gotta say, as teachers, as members of the LGBTQ community, we are tired. We are so tired. And this is another huge thing that's being introduced to our plate while we're facing so many other things. And it's just so deeply disheartening to think that there are people in our state who have time to care about this. Like, really? There's so many huge issues that we're facing, and within schools there's so many huge issues that we're facing. And man, this just doesn't need to be one of them. I love all my kids. I love every student I've ever had. And as an educator, I am here to advocate for and celebrate diversity in all the ways that it looks in my classroom. And I hope that we're all here for that too. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Callie Connerton, are you here and wanting to testify? I see, yes, you want to, but I see somewhere else you don't. Okay, we're gonna go to, I'm gonna swing back up and just do one last call for Drilly Kine, DRILY KINE. Okay, we could take her off. I believe so. Nelson, you already testified, correct? I Okay, thank you. Yep, you can take them off too. Great, thank you. Griffin Suha, S-U-U-H, Griffin, S-U-U-H-A. Are they in the room? We'll come back. And then we have Katie Boatz, B-O-T-Z. Thank you. If you could put your name on the record, whether you oppose or support the bill and your affiliation, begin your testimony.
Absolutely. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the House Education Committee. My name is Katie Boatz, and I am fervently opposed of HB 105. As a state, we are still one of the highest sexual assault state in the nation. For the past 4 years, this is my 5th year advocating on behalf of victims of sexual assault. This bill is a slap in my face as an advocate and as well as a victim, a survivor of sexual assault. I am a survivor of sexual assault at the age of 12, and this bill will silence students from advocating themselves of their abuse and their boundaries. We need to encourage students to advocate for themselves and to learn healthy boundaries. This bill does not. Schools should be a safe haven for children and give them privacy. Encourage them to be who they are and to help children thrive where they may need help. This bill does not. So we need to allow students to express themselves. We need to teach them what is appropriate, what's not appropriate by the parent. We need to have parents to teach the kids about sexual assault, not the government. When I was assaulted, it was government-based who taught me, and I was terrified. If the school teaches these children, you really think it's going to help the kids out? You really think that the kids wouldn't be mortified by hearing it from the school rather than the parents? The kids need to learn it from the parents, and I respectfully ask you guys, as a survivor of sexual assault and as an advocate for victims, we need to say no to HB 105.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to do one last person in the room before we go to online on-phone testimony, and it would be Martin Steppenton. Take a brief at ease for just a second, please. Brief at ease. Education Committee, call to order. Okay, thank you for being here today. If you could put your name on the record, your affiliation, and whether you are for or against the bill.
Hello, my name is Martin Stepton. I am from Juneau, Alaska. I don't support this bill. And for all the reasons that have been said already, it's a very unkind bill. It's not well written. But one particular reason I don't support it is I'm on the school board here in Juneau. It doesn't matter what school board you're from, whether it's from Matsu or from Juneau, Alaska, or it doesn't matter. The main thing every school board in Alaska supports is local control. Just like the state of Alaska doesn't like the feds overreaching into the state of Alaska affairs, local governments do not like the state of Alaska reaching into our local affairs. This is our local issue. We already have policies for this specific issue in the Juneau School District. I just want to read a little bit about local control. This is a huge thing. If any of you have ever been on a school board, this is big for us. In education, local control refers to the governing and management of public schools by elected or appointed representatives serving on a governing body, such as a school board or school committee. They are located in the communities served by the schools, and to the degree which local leaders, institutions, and governing bodies can make independent and autonomous decisions about the governance and operations of public schools. For a related discussion, the concept of local control is grounded in a philosophy of government premised on the belief that the individuals and institution closest to the students, most knowledgeable about the schools, and most invested in the welfare and success of its educators, students, and communities are best suited to make important decisions about that operation, leadership, staffing, academics, teaching, and improvements. So local control, this bill violates that in every way of the idea of local control.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. I said we were going to go to online testimony. It looks like there were 2 people that walked into the room. I promised everybody we would hear from you first. What I'm going to say is that now it is 6:05. Anybody who signs up after that, there's 3. Okay. 1, 2, 2. So anybody that signs up after these last 2, we're going to have to wait. We're going to take some online testimony. Okay, so the next person up is Ona Erickson. And I don't want to, I'm going to mess up the last name, but I'm going to go for it. Nayala-Tud. Did I do it right? No. Do you want to do it for me? Okay. So if you ladies can sit down, give us your name on the record if you'd like, or just use your first names. And then you can tell us if you oppose or support the bill, and you could begin your testimony. Do we need to put your mics down a smidge?
Yeah.
There you go.
We don't support this bill.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm Ona Eckerson. And I'm Nayeli Hood. And we are students here. Yeah. And we think this bill is very wrong. And we have a friend who is non-binary. And they deserve privacy just like everyone else. Yeah. This bill should not be passed. No.
You have 2 minutes.
Oh,
You have
okay. We can just continue.
You can speak freely. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. I just think it's really wrong because everyone should have their own right of who they are. It doesn't matter what private part they have. It's who they are from the heart. Yeah. And that's just who they are, and they should be supported from who they are.
And everybody deserves their right pronouns to be heard, and they deserve to be recognized.
And they should be supported for who they are.
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies. I appreciate your testimony. You want to repeat your names just for public record once again? Just for the record so that they can write it, type it the right way?
Ona Eckerson.
And Nayeli Hood.
Okay, thank you very much. The next person we're going to call up is Maya Lager. And this will be the last person that we take in public here in the room from the Capitol, and we're going to move on to online. Thank you. If you could put your name on the record, your affiliation, whether you support or oppose the bill, and begin your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. My name is Maya Lager. I do not support this bill, and I come here on my own behalf as a citizen of Juneau and as a parent of 3 children in the Juneau School District. I can mostly speak testimony to the experiences of growing up in Juneau and watching the transformation throughout my time of living here. I'm 44, and just watching our city open and blossom in the way that we have accepted all of our students, all of our people so strongly. And I can't imagine us going back in any direction of not supporting our Juneau residents, our Juneau children that are asking us to create a safe space for them. We need to continue. We owe them that. They have a legal right to a protected space, and we need to follow through on that. They're looking to us to create that space for them. So please do not let this go any further. Thank you
for your testimony. Okay, we're going to take a brief at ease before I switch over. Thank you. Brief at ease.
Wow, some real powerful testimony going on there in behind the scenes, listening to all of them and what they had to say. Absolutely unbelievable. Thank you guys all for being here today. If you have not liked and shared this video, please do that right now. Take a moment. Like this video, share this video. Make sure as many people as you possibly can that live in Alaska are able to see and hear what is going on down there in Juneau, Alaska. You could listen to the testimony being given here today that they clearly don't want to let us, the average person, sit here and talk to you. Look at them right now. I mean, I got to put them back up on the screen. This is unbelievable. That what I'm seeing going on here in the background. They're in there handshaking with everybody that just came and publicly testified in the room, congratulating them all on being there. And we really do need to stand up for our parental rights and our liberties. These are things that were given to us a very, very, very long time ago. In the Constitution, almost 250 years ago, our rights were endowed to each and every one of us. And somehow, some way, our public school systems have taken that away from us. And it was very evident by the discussion that, or the testimony so far there today. They don't want parents to have rights. They want our rights completely removed, taken away from us, that we have to sit there and bow down to everything they tell us to do and comply. If you don't comply, then we will cancel you. And I'm seeing a lot of that everywhere going on out there in Juneau. It's just, but look at them. They're in there shaking hands, congratulating each other on the testimonies that they have just given to them in the room. It's just really a shocking and appalling. I find it that way, that these people are advocating that parents have no rights the moment your child is entered into school. The moment my child was entered into school, they say, I don't have no more rights. They are their parents now, is the testimony I heard. I don't know about any of you, but I'm pretty sure that's what you heard too. But that's my opinion of what I just heard going on. I have been trying everything ever since this began to get called in, and I have yet to actually connect to the phone lines. It keeps shutting it down there, and but we need your help, and we really do. Our liberties are under attack left and right out there right now, and our government has weaponized themselves to try to take down anybody that speaks out against them. You can see it right here in the room right there. The room was packed full. Oh, sounds like they're back again.
Accidentally missed, and I want to say to everybody holding, please, thank you for your patience. We will get to you. We're in 2 minutes, and the person that I'm going to call up is Reese Bunton. Is Reese here, please? Hi, how are you? If you could please put your name on the record, and if you can, everybody in the room, if you can silence your phones and your voices so we can hear our testimony, please. Put your name on the record, your affiliation, whether you oppose or support the bill, and begin your testimony. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Reese Bunton. I strongly oppose this bill. I'm a student at Thunder Mountain High School. I'll be graduating this May, so I represent the student voice today. My freshman year of high school, I took my health class, and we had a unit called Healthy Sexuality, where I learned about birth control options, healthy relationships, and what consent is. Out of my class of 27 or 30-some people, only one person had opted out. But I know many people who have used what they've learned in this class to help them today and to help them many times in the future. House Bill 105 would require students to be opted into this lesson. I decided to tell my mom about this bill, and she looked into it herself. She echoed the thoughts of many busy parents and said, "This just sounds like it would be another ridiculous paper I would have to sign." When all parents have to sign a form for their child, it's highly uncommon for there to be a 100% return rate. Think about permission slips for a field trip. There are so many youth out there who are affected by their identity. How many more hoops do they have to jump through, and how far back is the age going to be pushed when they are learned to be discriminated against? There are so many students, me included, who find school to be our safe place. But when they are not able to express themselves, this matter could get them removed from their home or disowned by their parents if they are outed too early. Not only this, but it ruptures the relationship between student and teacher, things that teachers and students hold dear, if they have to hear the wrong name every morning for attendance and hear pronouns that are not theirs. This can cause extreme stress and mental issues for many people, myself and my friends included. I was only made aware of this bill yesterday. I'm a student. This would affect me. This would affect my friends and my peers. I read this summary to as many people as who had listened today at school. And each time I was met with color draining from faces, fear appearing in their eyes, and dread for the coming years of students not knowing how to protect themselves and not being able to express themselves. Think of our students. Reject House Bill 105. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here today. All right, we are going to switch over to online testimony. Thank you, everybody that is online and have called in for your patience. And the first person I'm going to start off with, and it looks like let me see here, Anchorage LIO, and it's Vicki Malone from Wasilla. Could you please put your name on the record? And your affiliation, support, or oppose this bill, please. Begin your testimony.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Vicki Turner Malone. I'm a 76-year resident of Alaska, currently residing in Wasilla. I raised 2 children in C.J. McCormick's hometown of Bethel, Go Bethel. I have 2 recently graduated granddaughters and 1 graduating senior, all in Matsu. I am speaking in opposition to HB 105. And I have lots of problems with it. It says it's a parental right bill, but in researching it, there's pages and pages of already parental rights ensconced in Alaska state statute. So it seems to me that the substantive changes are really over gender issues. Gender identity is being specifically added to the broader topics requiring parental permission before any activity, class, program, or content involving human reproduction or sexual matters. And what I think this provision is it's a really don't say gay bill. And the net result of it is just adding another layer of teacher training, fear, stress in our already critically short supply of overworked teachers. HB 105 requires children to be separated by, quote, biological sex, unquote. I let the biology teacher talk about the complications of that. But I just wonder why. Like, has there really been cases of girls being traumatized by transgender girls in the bathroom? I called the State Department and asked them, but they never called me back, if there had been any reported cases. So I think this is really unnecessary. I do know of one case personally where a transgender girl was beaten pretty severely in the Matsu district after school by her classmates.
Could you please wrap up your testimony?
Pardon me?
Could you please wrap up your testimony? You've had 2 minutes.
I just think that we should be way more concerned about the overall safety of especially girls in our school system instead of throwing a few transgender kids under the bus.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next we're going to go to Jacob Rainey from Cordova. If you could state your affiliation, your name on the record, support or oppose the bill, and begin your testimony.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Chair Allard, members of the committee, my name is Jacob Rainey. I am a 17-year-old senior from Cordova High School, and I oppose HS 105. I'd like to speak as to why this bill is a direct threat to the safety and prosperity of the LGBTQ+ or queer youth in Alaska. Firstly, I will address Section 1A7. Consider a transgender youth living in a household that does not support their transition. If they just make the decision to live under the names and pronouns that best fit their gender identity while at school, their parents will be informed. This puts them directly in harm's way. To put plainly, gender affirmation is suicide prevention. This bill is threatening to out queer youth to potentially dangerous households. According to HCP Live, suicide risk reduces 73% in transgender youths with gender-affirming care. Taking away schools as a safe, gender-affirming space for queer students can only increase suicide rates. If these youth felt comfortable to coming out to their parents, they would do so in their own time and on their own terms. Secondly, Section 6A10 and its safety program that it requires schools to enact. The fact that it presents this section under the guise of safety is a complete falsehood. According to a UCLA study, there is no evidence that letting transgender people use public facilities that align with their gender identity increases safety risks. However, according to research conducted by Harvard, transgender teens face greater risk of sexual assault in schools that prevent them from using bathrooms or locker rooms consistent with their gender identity. According to their research, researchers looked at data from a survey of nearly 3,700 U.S. teens aged 13 to 17. The study found that 36% of transgender students with restricted bathroom access reported being sexually assaulted in the last 12 months. There is nothing safe about this bill. All it does is increase the risk towards queer students. Gender affirmation is not a threat. Queer people will not disappear. This bill that has been presented under the misleading guise of parental rights simply aims to extinguish what little safety queer students have in today's educational climate. If this bill passes, it will be a step backward in time, and I'm sure we can all agree that queer persons have come too far and fought too hard to let the next generation deal with the consequences of this attack on their rights. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to move to Dan Sullivan, Petersburg. Could you please put your name on the record, whether you support or oppose the bill, and your affiliation?
Hi, good evening. My name is Dan Sullivan. I'm representing myself, and I oppose HB 105. This law has many flaws, but primarily it is a solution looking for a problem. Many of the stipulations are redundant, and they duplicate what is already in practice. Implementation of this law will create unnecessary paperwork and permissions, create a hostile environment between the school system, teachers, and parents, and most importantly, it will break down the trust between students and teachers necessary for a positive learning experience in the school. So currently in Petersburg School District, we publicly vet every curriculum before being approved by our school board. Parents already have the right to review any curriculum they choose. Every program dealing with sensitive issues, sex ed, standardized testing, is a well-publicized opt-out option, and students are not penalized with unexcused absences for not participating. With regards to written permissions from parents concerning pronoun choices and confidentiality issues, it is 100% normal for an adolescent to want to express thoughts or ask questions from their peers and trusted adults and not share those questions and thoughts with parents for fear of judgment, shame, guilt, or simply comfort level. I know I felt that way when I was an adolescent. With unprecedented levels of mental health issues facing today's kids, forcing mental health professionals and counselors to violate trust and tiptoe through every interaction with students is counterproductive. The phrase parental rights in children's education is a dog whistle that carries an agenda beyond fostering a positive relationship between the schools, its students, and their parents. It intimidates teachers and districts with penalties for providing necessary curriculum that a minority of parents are uncomfortable with. Learning and healthy human development cannot occur in an environment of fear and distrust. HB 105 would create exactly that kind of environment. With declining enrollment, teacher shortage, retention issues, and inadequate funding, and an outdated BSA, this issue does not deserve the time or energy that has been devoted to it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Everett Bennett from Petersburg. Can you begin your testimony by saying your affiliation, your full name, support, or opposition?
My name is Everett Bennett. I am representing myself today, and I am opposed to this bill. I have worked in partnership with the schools, and I have seen the work that they do when new bills are passed that create more work and less focus on education. Our schools are overworked and underfunded. Logistically, this bill does not make sense, and that does not even mention the lack of humanity and the hurt that this bill will cause. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to move to Danielle Logan from Fairbanks. Can you please put your name on record, oppose or support the bill and your affiliation, and begin your testimony, please?
Thank you, Co-Chair Allen and Co-Chair Ruffridge. For the record, my name is Danielle Logan, and I reside in Fairbanks, and I'm speaking as an individual. I'm speaking in opposition of HB 105. The human reproduction system is natural and essential for students to learn as they grow. If it wasn't for the education I received from school nurses in elementary, junior high, and high school, I never would have heard about changes my body was going through. My parents never taught me any of it. If my parents would have to opt in, this is something I probably wouldn't have learned. They were lower more informed parents, but cared very much for me. These conversations are hard, and my parents were not always on top of opting into things like this. You know, kids won't be bringing home these permission slips and saying, "Hey, Mom and Dad, I really want to learn about herpes and good touch and bad touch." The reason I feel this bill is not good for students is that most parents don't talk about this at home with their children. Eliminating science-based curriculum will only hurt our children as they grow. Alaska has the highest rate of chlamydia, gonorrhea, and sexual assault and sexual violence. How will this bill help reduce that? It won't. It will make it worse. We all know that the most common perpetrators of sexual assault are somebody that the victim knows. Will a parent or guardian who is the perpetrator opt in and put themselves at risk to their victim, the child, learning about how to say no? It won't. HB 105 will only hurt our young Alaskans. If this bill passes and students don't know how their body works, there's a good chance that increase of teen pregnancy will continue to rise. Knowledge is power, and this makes Alaskans less powerful. Please vote no on HB 105.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have, and I'm just going to give the folks online a little bit of a cue here so that you know where we're at. I'm going to the next caller, which is going to be Mariah Bennett from Anchorage, and she had called in at 5:06, and that's where I'm at on the clock. So go ahead, Mariah, if you could put your name on the record, whether you support or oppose the bill and your affiliation, and begin your testimony.
Yes, my name is Mariah Bennett, and I strongly oppose this bill. I do not think that any bill should have the right to check to see what biological sex a child is as to what bathroom they should be using in a school. I also think it takes away the rights of the children to use whatever name they see fit when they are enrolled in school. When I was in school, if someone didn't want to be called by their given name, none of the teachers had any issue with addressing them with whatever name they chose. I find that this bill would be very, very harmful to all of the LGBTQ plus community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. The next caller is April Smith from the North Pole. If you can tell us whether you oppose or support the bill and your affiliation, and begin your testimony.
Hi, thank you. My name is April Smith, and I support this bill. And I am calling on my own behalf, although I am a currently seated member of the Fairbanks North Scarborough School Board. I am calling to remind the public, after we've had so much testimony today against the bill, that the rights that are being asked to be protected by this bill are natural rights, and that the role of the government is not to create or bestow rights, but to protect rights that are naturally given. And parents have the natural right to know what is happening with their own child. And it is very disheartening to hear person after person basically accuse.
April, if you could please stick to the bill. We don't want anybody being attacked. If you just stick to the bill, that would be great.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That parents are not abusers. Not every parent is an abuser. And this bill gives parents the right to have knowledge about their children's mental health that the school has. And the information that school has about your student should belong also to the parents. And I really appreciate Governor Dunleavy really stepping out on a limb and supporting parents and parental rights. And I also would like to speak to local control because I am a local school board member and I am always advocating for local control. But some of these issues have been just binding up the local boards so much that we can't get to our normal work that we need to do, revising our policies and making sure that our teachers are getting the best training available because we're bogged down with these particular issues and that they do need to be solved on a state level at this point. And I just really appreciate the governor taking the time to address them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for your testimony. Next, we have Misha Daniels. If you could please put your name on the record, whether you support or oppose the bill, and your affiliation, and begin your testimony.
Hi there. My name is Misha Daniels, and I'm calling on my own behalf to oppose HB 105. Members of the committee, thank you for taking my call. I'm an Anchorage resident, the mother to a young child, and a manager at Mad Myrna's, which is the largest operating LGBTQ entertainment venue in our state. HB 105 pushes us into a direction of being unwelcoming and unsafe to a large percentage of the population, the LGBTQ community and their families. Back in January, Governor Dunleavy said we need more people in Alaska, and I agree. We need families to stop moving away. This bill will likely cause families of LGBTQ kids to relocate to safer states. And really, who can blame them? We all just want our kids to be safe, to be happy. We can't shut the door on families wishing to call Alaska home. I hope that you will join me in continuing to be the state we so love, with room for all of us to grow and bloom. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have John Burnitz from Anchorage. If you could please put your name on the record, whether you support or oppose the bill and your affiliation.
Thank you. I'm John Burnitz, and I oppose this bill. I have a history of, for over a decade, being the sole public defender full-time responsible for juvenile delinquency representation in Alaska, but I'm here speaking for myself. My experience, I've represented hundreds of trans juveniles, and my experience is that that the families that are functional and where the child is not estranged, the children are adamant in presenting their opinions and their desires to the parents, but this bill actually protects the families that where the child is estranged, or the dysfunctional families. Those are the most vulnerable children in the state, not just all trans people, but the specific group of trans people where they can't talk to their family members. What happens in those cases is that they hide, and then if they can't, if they're forced to be out, they will hide their transgender nature, and then that leads to the mental health issues that everyone's been talking for. I ask you, please do not pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Bobby Burgess from Fairbanks. Can you please put your name on the record, support or oppose this bill and your affiliation, and begin your testimony?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Bobby Burgess. I'm from Fairbanks, and I am representing myself and my kids today. And I'm speaking in opposition to House Bill 105. Proponents of this bill claim that it's about asserting parental rights, but regardless of the intent of the bill, I believe that the effect of it will be to cause harm to Alaska's students, educators, and school districts. Parental rights are an important concern, but this bill seems unnecessary as parental rights are already intact in our state. For example, parents already have the opportunity to opt out of sex ed curriculum or to homeschool students if they object to a district's curriculum. As far as I can tell, nothing in this bill actually asserts parental rights in any way that they have not already been established. I am concerned that the bill's focus on gender identity will result in violations of student rights and safety. The requirements in the bill that school officials notify parents about a student's sexual orientation or gender identity or even nickname likely violate students' rights to privacy granted by the Alaska Constitution and risk damaging the trust between students and educators that is important for providing a positive educational environment in which students feel safe and welcomed. In addition, many studies have shown that LGBTQ youth are at increased risk of abuse, neglect, and homelessness when they are outed to parents or guardians who are not accepting of their gender identity or orientation. Educators should not be put in this position of being fired or sued if they refuse to put students at risk by outing them to parents or of violating the trust of a student who speaks to them in confidence. The requirements to segregate students in bathrooms and locker rooms based on biological sex is also harmful and will result in a school environment that is less safe. Trans people are already at greater risk of assault, bullying, or abuse, and there is no evidence that they are more likely to be perpetrators of violence than cisgender people. Forcing students to use facilities that do not match their gender identity puts them at risk while using those facilities, and a lack of acceptance of their identity also puts them at greater risk of depression and suicide. I'm also concerned about the clause that encourages parents to bring civil action against school districts for alleged violations of the Act. This will undoubtedly
wrap up your call, please?
Of the system and the need for school districts to defend against frivolous lawsuits, which are expensive regardless of the outcome. Just to wrap up, referring back to the testifier who said that they were a biology teacher, I wanted to correct the record and note that science actually supports the idea that sex and gender are non-binary. And I will.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Aaron Villahan from Anchorage. Please put your name on the record, whether you support or oppose the bill, and your affiliation, please. And just a kind reminder, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Erin Willahan. I'm an Anchorage resident in House District 14, and I strongly oppose House Bill 105. This bill is a thinly veiled attempt to shame, erase, and eradicate trans and queer people. This bill violates young people's rights and allows the hateful, homophobic views of a small group of parents to dictate the access of all Alaska kids to an education and a safe, healthy environment. We already know that queer youth face disproportionate discrimination and violence. Limiting conversation around gender and sexual orientation in the classroom will make it even more difficult for queer youth to feel safe at school and trust adults, exacerbate already growing mental health crises facing young people, and further embolden bullies. According to the Trevor Project, queer youth who report having at least one accepting adult were 40% less likely to report a suicide attempt in the past year. Often the safety of accepting adults is not found at home for many queer youth. This means it is all the more imperative for schools to be a welcoming and supportive place for everyone. Further, as a state that consistently ranks among the highest sexual assaults per capita in the country, it should be obvious by now that improving sex education for youth is critical. I was sexually assaulted in high school in Anchorage, and I firmly believe that could have been prevented if myself and my peers received a comprehensive sex education as kids, including information on consent, dating violence, and abuse. In repealing AS 140301, this bill effectively makes the already poor sex education received by Alaska students even worse and will contribute to even greater rates of sexual violence. Particularly in the age of the internet, kids are going to learn about the world regardless of legislative attempts to ban books, censor conversations, remove access to sex ed, and demonize LGBTQ plus classmates and parents. Allow children the safety of exploring themselves and the world with the guidance that a teacher, curriculum, and supportive environment can offer. I urge you to not give in to the bullies and bigots and ask for your strong opposition to House Bill 105. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd also like to share that at the top of the hour, we're going to take about a 15-minute break. I know I can hear on the line you guys are hemming and hawing, but that's what we're going to do. So we're going to continue on, and the next one online is Rachel Grittis from Anchorage. Please begin your testimony, whether you support or oppose, your affiliation, and your name on record.
My name is Rochelle Griffiths, Anchorage resident, UPIC from Bristol Bay, Alaska, civil engineering graduate from UAA. I am in support of Governor's Bill HB 105 to ensure parents' rights are respected for their children's educational needs. In January of 2023, I was made aware of a book assignment given to my child in a public school. The book is named The Handmaid's Tale. My 9th grader got almost halfway through the book before my child brought to my attention its disturbing contents. I found out that this book is on the list of approved books for the public school curriculum. However, I learned that the book spoke about sex in an inappropriate manner, spoke about women getting raped, and used the F word 96 times to refer to sexual intercourse. I, as a parent, was not informed in writing or verbally of the sexually graphic nature of the book to decide if the content was appropriate for my impressionable young child to be exposed to. Books such as this one are inappropriate and made my child extremely uncomfortable and disturbed by its graphic sexual nature. The book content caused my child to be distracted in other classes and disrupted her learning. We as parents must know what is being taught to our children so that we may make informed decisions to protect our children and best support that their learning is uninterrupted by disturbing sexual content that is not appropriate for their developing minds. I support HB 105 so that parents like me can be notified of graphic sexual content before it is taught, and we may opt out of the assignment before the assignment is underway. Please vote yes for HB 105. This bill will reduce kids being exposed to content that promotes sexual abuse, desensitizing them to abuse because parents will have the opportunity to be informed prior to sexual content being distributed to the students. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you for being here. Next, we have Jesse Kojiak from Bethel. If you could please put your name, the pronunciation correctly, on record, whether you oppose or support the bill, and begin your testimony, please. Jesse, are you still with us? He did drop off. Okay. We're going to go to Jana Willem from Anchorage. Could you please put your name on the record, whether you support or oppose the bill, your affiliation, and begin your testimony? Jana, are you with us? We can come back.
Sorry, yeah.
Go ahead, begin your testimony, please.
My name is Jana Willihan, and I am representing myself today. I am a lifelong resident of Anchorage, Alaska, seated on Denali land, and I strongly oppose this bill. The language of this bill shows that its true intentions have nothing to do with children's safety or the child-parent relationship and have everything to do with targeting and marginalizing LGBTQ+, and more specifically, trans and non-binary youth. If you truly want to protect children, allow them to be themselves in the places that they feel safe to do so, which for many it is at school, without the fear of being outed without their own consent. Also allow students to identify themselves by the way that is most authentic for them, and trust that they know themselves better than you do. Allow them to use the bathrooms and play on the sports teams that align with who they are. It's not the job of coaches, peers, educators, or even parents to determine or police a student's identity. Protect kids by allowing them the opportunity to come out to their parents on their own terms if and when they are ready. Not every student goes home to accepting families, and forcibly outing a child, especially to an unsupportive caregiver, will result in trauma and negatively impact the student's mental and emotional well-being, not to mention putting them in danger of neglect, emotional, or physical abuse. Passing a bill like this will likely lead to a large increase in self-harm and suicide rates, particularly among queer youth who feel unsupported, unsafe, or unable to live as themselves. This bill also puts an overwhelming weight on teachers who are already experiencing increased stress and burnout related to their jobs. Teachers go above and beyond to create safe spaces in the classrooms for their students, and often at the cost of their own mental health. Forcing teachers to make the choice between trusting, respecting their students' privacy and identities, or risk losing their jobs for refusing to out a student to their parents will only make the current teacher shortage even worse. I urge the Dunleavy administration to stop introducing these narrow-minded and discriminatory bills, such as House Bill 105, under this false guise of protecting children. Please stop using children and queer people as your political pawns, and I urge the House to listen to the testimonies today. This bill is unnecessary, it's overwhelmingly harmful to students, and for some students, it's quite literally a matter of life and death. I strongly urge you to oppose House Bill 105, and just a note to the LGBTQ+ youth, we will continue to fight for you and your rights, and we won't stop. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Katie Craney from Haines, Alaska, and if you could put your name on the record, whether you support or oppose the bill, your affiliation, and begin your testimony, please. Oh, she did. Okay. Melissa Capone from Fairview, if you could put your name on the record, whether you support or oppose the bill, your affiliation, and begin your testimony, please.
Hi. For the record, my name's Melissa Capone. I use she, they pronouns. I'm a resident of the Fairview community, and I'm representing myself, and I strongly oppose Bill HB 105. Students should feel safe in their school environments, and they're there to experience joy, gain a fair education, connect with their peers, and connect with themselves. And this bill attacks each of those basic rights, and it's targeting some of the most vulnerable students in our community. By keeping education from them that will validate their natural instincts and development, we're robbing them at developing at pace with their peers. And we're additionally robbing them of understanding situations that could be dangerous to them and how they can keep themselves safe. This is damage that they'll have to process later on their own and unlearn themselves post their school-age years. Ultimately, withholding this information puts them on the back foot as they continue to grow. And if the goal for these kids is to graduate and find jobs in the community, this is taking a massive step backwards. in the corporate world, almost all companies are moving toward gender neutral restrooms and stating your pronouns at the beginning of a meeting. It's absolutely common and encouraged. And education aside, from a community standpoint, making these kids feel unsafe to be who they authentically are without the risk of being outed to their family and community is a horror we should never put on a child. Educators are there to reinforce children and help them feel safe and accepted, not police their gender and tell them that being the beautiful person they are becoming is wrong in any way. The high levels of suicide in the LGBTQIA youth is staggering, and passing this bill will directly keep those numbers rising. I strongly urge you to not vote for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Terrence Shanigan from Anchorage. If you could please put your name on the record, your affiliation, support or oppose the bill, and begin your testimony. Mr. Shanigan did. Mr. Shanigan, are you on the line? We could come back. The next, we could come back to Mr. Shanigan. Zach Young from Anchorage. Could you please put your name on the record, whether you oppose or support the bill, and begin your testimony? He's gone too? Okay, no problem. And Emily Chappell from Juneau, if you could please put your name on the record, whether you support or oppose the bill, and begin your testimony.
Hi, yes, my name is Emily Chappell. I grew up in Ketchikan and I'm currently living in Juneau. I'm representing myself. I vehemently oppose this bill. Gay people exist, trans people exist, non-binary people exist, LGBTQIA people exist in this world. They are full and complete human beings, and they are your constituents. They are, always have been, and will forevermore be a part of the human existence, and I am so thankful that that is true. They are deserving of the same privacy rights and visibility as every other human in this state. In Alaska, we take privacy seriously, and this bill brings up many privacy and safety concerns for our students. We must protect our LGBTQIA youth at all costs. As somebody who was raised in a conservative Christian home, who was pulled from every sex education class, as is a parent's right in this state, I can tell you that I am not grateful that that happened. It did not protect me. Those choices hurt me. I had no concept of consent or how to protect myself. I got pregnant my very first time. I have been a mom since I was 15 and have committed myself to arming my now 18-year-old child with more information than I was given. And let me tell you, it has been effective. It seems that my choice to educate him has paid off, as education always does. You want to reduce teen pregnancy? You can reduce teen pregnancy through sex and gender-affirming education. You want to reduce sex assault in the state? Arm your children with information about consent and their bodies, and they will carry that with them into adulthood. You want to reduce youth depression and suicide rates, which are higher among LGBTQIA youth? Validate and affirm them, love them, accept them, and support them. This feels so obvious. Passing this bill is going to exacerbate all of our problems. This bill would put perceived or potential parental discomfort over children's actual lives and lived experiences. This bill's intention is not representative of the larger community of Alaska. It is also so frustrating to me that these proposed discriminatory changes were tied to teachers' bonuses. Teachers deserve all the money, but not at the cost of their freedom, not at the cost of forcing them to discriminate against some other students. Give teachers money and make sure all Alaskan youth feel included, respected, and seen in our society and state. Education doesn't contaminate.
Could you please wrap up your call?
Scrap this bill. Thank you for your time. I love you all.
Thank you for testifying. We love you too. Okay, so, sorry. Haven't heard it in a little bit. Okay, so, well, we're down here. Our family's home. Okay, everybody feels the same? Okay. So what we're going to do is we're still going to go through, and I want everybody to know online and members of the public that I plan on keeping public testimony open. We are overwhelmed with phone calls. The calls that come in after 7:15 won't be addressed. You will be able to come back, testify. We want to hear from everybody. We think it's fair. Okay, so if you were kicked off, don't worry, you'll be able to do it. Don't forget, if you need to send an email, you can at house.education@aklake.gov. And we are now going to continue on. And I do hear tummies growling. So at the top of the hour, we're going to take a 15-minute break. I know, I apologize, folks. So the next person is Julie Smythe or Smith from Fairbanks. If you can put your name on the record, whether you oppose or support the bill, your affiliation, and begin your testimony, please.
Hello, my name is Julie Smith. I am calling from Fairbanks. I'm a mother of 3 and I'm representing myself and my family. I am calling to oppose HB 105. I am a Inupiaq. My Inupiaq names are Kunan and Bunning, neither of which is on my birth certificate, and both would have required parental permission for me to use. All Inupiaq names are genderless, by the way. My culture has 3 genders, and none are assigned by genitals. We also don't have pronouns that show gender, so it's common for even straight cisgender Inupiaq people to use the singular they, them when speaking in English. This bill would impact many Alaska Natives and others whose cultures differ from what this bill implies, from our names to our genders and pronouns. I also grew up attending Bible Baptist Church in Fairbanks, where it was commonly preached that kids who were queer should be beaten, sent to camps to make them straight or cis, and kick kids out of the home if they didn't straighten up, quote unquote. The problem was so bad that kids that didn't quite fit the rules of the binary gender they preached about were bullied, punished, and made to feel as if they weren't enough simply because they did something kind of girly or something that wasn't feminine enough. This church was not the only one that I attended that preached like this. I do not want any employee of the school district to guess what's in my children's underwear when they need to go to the bathroom or to be paid to think about it. Please make sure that schools are easily accessible for all students, even those whose cultures, ideas about the world, and expressions are different from your own. Please vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Brian Melkern from Anchorage. Could you put your name on the record, support or oppose the bill, and begin your testimony, please?
Hello, my name is Brian Mulkern. I am an attorney and a resident of Anchorage. I'm a gay man and the father of 2 young children, and I urge you to vote no on House Bill 105 due to its potentially devastating economic impact on Alaska's schools. The bill prohibits schools from calling a child by any name other than what is on their official record without a parent's permission. It also gives parents a right to sue the school for a minimum of $5,000 to $15,000 per violation. The violations this covers are broad and sweeping, and you need to know these examples. If a child is named Richard, a school could not call them Rick. Adopted children who don't have amended birth certificates would have to be called by a name different than the rest of their family. A child whose family has called her Beth all her life would suddenly have to go by Elizabeth if that is her given name when interacting with school officials should this pass. But the scope of violations is broader still. If a coach calls their star player champ, sport, MVP, or any other nickname, those would each be a violation. Just imagine during a sporting event how many times a coach would violate this law. Now realize that each of those instances, every one of them, would require the school to notify the parents of their right to receive $5,000 to $15,000 in damages from that school. A school's entire athletic budget and more could easily be wiped out in one athletic event. Given the state of the economy, this is a real and perverse incentive that would tempt any family struggling to pay rent or those wanting to get rich quick at the expense of Alaska's taxpayers. The scope is so broad, it would also restrict the freedom of religion. In any religiously affiliated club, no one could be called a brother or sister in Christ because that would be a violation of this bill. The intent of House Bill 105 is all too clear, to deny transgender students the right to be called by the names they prefer. But its attempt to legislate hate would broadly infringe the rights of all Alaskans involved with our schools. It would sow confusion and both encourage and enable frivolous litigation against our education system. Governor Dunleavy proposed House Bill 105, and it plainly matches his pattern of years of underfunding our school system. The results of this underfunding to date include higher student-teacher ratios.
Thank you, sir. Could you wrap up your call, please?
Certainly. Rather than promote parents' rights, this bill baits bad actors to bankrupt our education system and betrays Alaska's best interests. I urge you to vote no on House Bill 105.
Thank you for your call. Next is Leslie Hartley from Anchorage. If you could tell us if you support, oppose the bill, testimony, and affiliation, and you can begin, please.
Hi, my name is Leslie Hartley, and I oppose Bill HB 105. I would like to state that I am of the LGBTQ community, and as somebody who grew up in a very conservative household, a Christian household, I would not feel safe telling my parents how I presented or how I wanted to be treated, or that I don't identify the way that they expect me to. And I think that this bill would create a horrible dichotomy between the teachers and the students and the parents. And I don't think that our schools really need to be dealing with a bunch of lawsuits right now. We should be funding them and taking care of the kids that are there, making sure they have proper education, proper meals, not making them feel unwelcome in a system that is already really hard to get in and be comfortable in as a high schooler. You're learning a lot and you're dealing with a lot. You don't need to be worrying about laws that shouldn't be there. And I don't feel that it's fair that we should be telling kids even what name they should go by. That's cruel and unusual, and I think that this bill is a deflection so that we aren't focused on what really needs to be going on in the state. Infrastructure, proper school funding, things like that. I just think that this is cruel to the youth of Alaska, and it will damage mental health, especially if parents have school records. I have known many, many, many people who do not feel safe with their caregiver from when they were a child. And I just don't think that this would be a helpful or really necessary.
Leslie, could you wrap up your testimony, please?
Yes. I appreciate everybody who has come here to listen and testify. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you too. Next, we have Rose O'Hara Jolly from Anchorage. If you could please put your name on the record, whether you support or oppose the bill, your affiliation, and begin your testimony.
My name is Rose O'Hara Jolly, they, them, on Denina lands. I am here representing myself, and I oppose HB 105, Governor Dunleavy's attack on LGBTQ youth. LGBTQ Alaskans deserve equality, period. Kids deserve to be safe in school, period. As a former kindergarten teacher, UAF professor of early childhood, and LGBTQ person living in Alaska, I am saddened by both the recent attacks on LGBTQ youth, families, and schools, and the legislature's continued failure to act to pass proactive protections. There are many alarming pieces of HB 105. Today, I will focus on the potentially unconstitutional and very dangerous provision allowing parents access to health, particularly mental health records of students. This bill is most certainly targeted at the unconscionable practice of outing LGBTQ youth, a group that attempts or successfully ends their own lives at much higher rates than their peers. But it goes so much further than that. We live in a state with some of the highest rates of intimate partner and family violence. Often, others around these families do not know what life in the house is truly like. So the provision to share any information a student shares with a trusted mental health provider in school could trigger abuse or have potentially fatal consequences in the home. We cannot know what each student's home life is like, nor can we expect our schools to. We hope that every child has a safe and supportive family, but we also know that it is simply not the case. It is impossible for school officials to know what is truly happening in each student's home, and so a seemingly reasonable parent being given that school official a seemingly innocuous piece of information could have devastating impacts. Research shows time and time again that having a safe and trusted adult saves lives.
Please wrap up your
Taking
testimony.
that away from every student, but also those that need it most, is reprehensible. Please oppose SB 105. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next online, we have Portia Erickson from Anchorage. If you could please put your name on the record, whether you support or oppose the bill, your affiliation, and begin your testimony.
Hey, good evening. For the record, my name is Portia Erickson. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, along with my wonderful husband and 2 beautiful children. Thank you, Chair Member Allen and committee members for the opportunity to speak in support of HB 105. Thank you, Governor Dunleavy, for introducing this crucial bill. I'm not representing the nonprofit, special interest, business, or school initiative. I'm truly voicing my public support for HB 105 as a mother. Having a child in school since 2019, I do my very best to provide everything I can for my children. For most parents, we all have some sort of routine. However, the last 2 years, it's become very difficult to stay up to date with all the rules, regulations, and frankly, lack of transparency. I support HB 105 because it firmly defines parental authority. This bill also provides more transparency for parents, children, teachers, and school administrators. HB 105 will ensure privacy for both students and parents. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a 20-minute break. I apologize. And then we're going to come back. Brief at ease.
Holy cow, man, oh man, did you hear the testimony that just happened there? I am just absolutely floored that the sole agenda of everybody that has testified here today has shown the obvious. I mean, you can't get more obvious that they can care less about our parental rights. It's all about the agenda. And the agenda is in play. There is no mistaking it. They definitely have done everything in their power to try to take away our parental rights. I mean, we have our Constitution. We have the Constitution of the United States. When you become a parent, you have the rights over how your kids' education goes. You have the right to know what gender your child is, which was never an issue until the last 10 years. We all need to be working adamantly together, standing strong and uniting against the political games that they are playing out there with our rights. I mean, I can't stress it enough. The testimony here today was majority, the 98% that's testified so far, their repeat of the same dialogue over and over and over again was to take our parental rights away, that once our children are entered into the public school system, our rights are gone. The public school system has full authority and control over everything that happens in their life, how they're going to be raised, what they're allowed to learn, how they're allowed to think, what gender they want to identify as. They don't care about our rights. They keep this information hidden from us. They don't care that they now have porn in our schools. It is really, really sickening that to listen to the books that are being read in our school board meetings here recently and throughout the state, both in Anchorage and out here in the valley. And this is everywhere within the state of Alaska. It's not just localized to the big cities. It's in Fairbanks. You heard Juneau crowd there. That is a very, very strong community that thinks parents have no rights over what their children are children and how they are raised or what they're allowed to believe. They think that is supposed to be under whoever is in the thought police's control on what they're supposed to be allowed to think. I mean, I swear we're living in the Orwellian society now in 1983. That the moment you think outside of the box of the way these people say you are supposed to think, you will be penalized and you will have your memory wiped and you will find yourself going right back to ground one, or you will be just completely eliminated. Our freedoms are under attack. You can see there that on the screen. I have it there, and hopefully you guys can help me out It is not just the freedoms of parents that are under attack, our freedom of religion, our First Amendment rights. Everything that we hold of value within our Constitution is under constant attack. Our own justices in Alaska have declared that the Alaska Constitution doesn't mean anything anymore. They use it as toilet paper when they're done at the end of the day. And that is basically the way they treat us when it comes to our parental rights and the things that we're fighting for. And but please, again, like and share this video. It's very, very important that we get the message out there that we have Alaskans hearing what is going on in our state. And it takes each and every one of us to stand up together and unite to speak up. And if you didn't get through before this right now, you won't be able to get through. You're going to find yourself unable to, oops, I'm messing with stuff I shouldn't have done there. And we're going to find all of our rights and freedoms completely taken away. They're going to do everything they can to make sure they gain that control over everything that is going on within our state. And if we don't speak up, we don't email them the opposition. You can hear the testimony we're hearing tonight. It is those that are lined up that are all for taking our parental rights away. They don't want us to have any rights over our children once they go into the education system. They think they know how and what is best for our children to learn. Even if that's giving them porn in the classroom, they are more than happy to be giving them porn in the classroom. That's very obvious. You heard it there. Banning of books. When have we started banning books? I didn't know we were banning books, but I do aware that we're trying to get the books that are basically porn out of the school system. But we're not supposed to notice that. We're not supposed to acknowledge that. None of that stuff is important. And I got to emphasize there, and again, help protect our freedoms. Go to Politadick.com, click that support button. Your support's going to make it possible to keep making more live streams like this, keep exposing the agenda, keep being at school board meetings like the one that I was at last night. We need to hear these people. We need to make sure they are being publicly exposed left and right. And I say that as being exposed as in what our government official, what our elected officials, the school board members, the community councils, the assembly members, our Alaska legislators, our governors, we need to hold them accountable. And it takes people like me, people like you, to do something about it. Expose them. Show up to the meetings. I took it to the next level. I created my own media company and I go after these folks. I'm sure you all heard that my First Amendment rights are under attack. You know, the ones we are all supposed to have. The first one out there, you know, the First Amendment, the number one, the one that's supposed to be protected, our freedom of speech, our freedoms to regress our government, our freedom of religion. I mean, our freedoms are under attack, and every time we turn around, they are going after them. We should not be standing by. We should not be sitting on our two cans expecting someone else to take up the fight, because our silence is the reason why it's gone as far as it has so far. In fact, I exposed the corruption in our state a little while back, and because of that exposure, I became under attack. I spent 4 years up to that point spending every waking moment of my life building connections within the political world within Alaska to be on the inside track for everything that was going on within the state and down there in Juneau. I exposed the corrupt oligarchs here in Alaska and the dirt that was behind it, and that was just the tip of the iceberg of what I have available. But what's provable and not, it's harder to put that into print than it was then. So right now, it's literally one of those things that my liberties are under attack as freedom of the press, and currently I have been summoned to go and appear and defend what I had done nearly 3 years ago. And I would love to fight this all the way to the Supreme Court. I'm in the process of securing legal counsel, getting advice out there. What's the next steps? How do I pursue this? What direction do I want to go? Do I want to make a big stink out of everything and take this all the way to the Supreme Court? I just don't know. But I shouldn't have to be defending myself. It's literally the political elite out there that are scared. They see their power crumbling in our state. If ranked choice voting did anything, it at least showed to all of us out there anyways who the king and queen makers are out there, because it brought them into the light for you to see, both on the Democrat and the Republican side. It exposed that for all of us to see. We need to work hard to make sure that we keep exposing it for what it is and not having our voices silenced. They can't cancel you with facts. They have to use fiction. They say, oh no, you got it all wrong, but won't provide any evidence to dispel what is being put out there. And they use social media. They're fake news fact checkers. They find somebody that's in the news media themselves, the big published newspapers like the ADN, and they write an opinion article that makes it in there. Now they have a fact checker fact check that can use that article against anything you may have published before, even though what they put in the fake news fact checkers turns out to be false anyways under scrutiny, which ironically we saw that happen a lot here recently, you know. And you notice that the notices don't show up anymore since the Democrats took over down there. In every time you turn around, prior to 2021, we were constantly seeing fact checkers showing up, labeling things as fake news, constantly being banned off of our social media platforms for stuff that later on turned out to be 100% the truth. 100% the truth. And these fact checkers, the ones that flagged us all, censored us all, they're trying to do it outright. They've been trying to do it to me since 2020. Ever since that year, I have found myself, my political connections that I worked extremely hard to make, slowly driveling up one by one. Because I had affected the power structure of the kings and queens makers here in Alaska, and they did not like that. So they weaponized their power inside of government and utilized it against me, began attacking me. It is unreal, and it did not end. COVID really helped them accelerate things, because now I couldn't even do that face-to-face interperson action with these people that were slowly cutting me out from the mainstream of what they were doing. I'm still directly involved in everything out there, whether they like it or not. In fact, I make a point of making sure I'm in the middle of everything they're doing. That's why I'm so well informed about the issues going on in Alaska. I've slowed down in my publications of like what I used to do. I mean, I was literally writing 2 to 5 articles a day on the latest topics of what they were pushing through going on out there. But unfortunately, it's one of those things. I had to make a choice when Biden took office, be able to make a living and get out there and actually be able to keep a roof over my head, keep my lights turned on, keep my heater running so I did not freeze to death. I had to increase my workload out there, including what I charge people to do what I do, just to cover the ever-increasing costs that inflation has shoved onto each and every one of our shoulders. It's kind of like the 67% raise the Alaska legislators just gave themselves. They refuse to be accountable for the money that we give them and how they spend it. It all goes to the upper 20% of Alaska, and the rest of the 70% of 80% of us suffer. And I say it kind of side slanted there, 70, 80, because there's still that upper crust there that's still capitalizing off of that budget, that they just sit on the lower tier of the food chain out of that piggy trough that they're all feeding from, called our state and local and federal budgets. It's unbelievable listening to hear like Anchorage still has $242 million of COVID relief money to spend any way they want, and they're griping and complaining they're $67 million in the hole. Oh, woe is me, we need to close down 6 schools. Let's figure out which one we want to close down, because we don't have the population and student base anymore to be able to fill those classrooms, so we really should be reshuffling things around. And at the same time, here's the Mat-Su Borough. Came out yesterday. If you guys tuned into my broadcast from there, you guys all got to see that the Mat-Su Borough is not like Anchorage when it comes to their budgets. They're virtually debt-free in the valley. Did you realize that the rebuild of the Houston Middle School out here, was literally done 100% funded and not one dime is owed on that? That's what a responsible group of people can accomplish when you put them in charge. But you keep woking these people, these activists, these woke agenda people that only care about the top 20%. You know who you are, you unions. You 60,000 strong in Alaska. The ones that are pushing the Peers and Tears benefits program right now, trying to get that rammed down all our throats. Another minimum $270 million a year for that to go into place. Increase on top of what they're already doing. They make claims that this is cost neutral revenue. It's because the employees will be increasing what they contribute to this. It's too painful to put a social security program into place. There's too many laws and legislative reasons why we can't do that, even though economically over the long run that would be the most beneficial to these employees if they decide to go somewhere else. Unlike a retirement plan, their social security still goes with them. Wow, but it's too hard, they say. We just can't do that, said Kathy Giesel yesterday. And you really got to pay attention to what they're doing down there in Juneau and what they have to say. Because I was calling in to call about the benefits and pensions program that they were trying to give themselves a raise to themselves when they retire. Something that's virtually giving them equivalent to what they were getting if they were working full time. Here's what we're going to give you for the rest of your life until you die. Enjoy it. And guess what? Who pays for it? Us taxpayers. Well, the sad part is we don't have the younger workforce out there anymore. These people are just not around. They are leaving our state, or they're just not being born. Our birth rate is below our a growth rate for the seniors that are being created on every single day. Where do we stand? What do we do next? That is the big question. And so, I'm going to point out there again, help protect our freedoms. Go to our website, Politadick.com, click that support button, make a donation. I got legal costs coming up ahead of me. I'm not sure where they're going to go or how much it's going to end up being, but I'm prepping for best case scenario. My problems disappear and it's done and over with. Worst case scenario, I fight this all the way to the Supreme Court, and I'm putting out hundreds of thousands, if not more, to make sure my rights, your rights, our freedoms are protected under the First Amendment, because the attack that I am having right now is attacking our First Amendment rights. People have a right to know. People need to know the truth, and that's what needs to be put out there, and that's what we need to tell everybody and make sure it's being heard on a daily basis, so that way we're not listening to just the viewpoint of those who think that only they are the ones in charge of what goes on down there. And okay, it does not look like they've gotten back on screen there yet. I was just pulling it up to make sure that it was still there on the screen. It was not showing up on my other screen there, so I was just double checking to make sure that my silence in my ears was the same as what was going on the computer. Take the time. If you didn't call in before 7 o'clock tonight, you will not be able to get through anymore. So just stop calling. Email the House Education at akleg.gov and send your testimony in that way. Demand that they open back up public testimony on this. We need to hear every Alaskan voice on this issue, not just the ones that flooded in the phone lines at 4:30, sitting there in a massive crowd inside of Juneau there. The ones that are lining up, the same ones that sit there and call up on SB 52, rolling through the Senate there saying, we want to give a $1,000 increase, which is actually a $2,000 increase to the students. Or the House bill out there that does the exact same thing, except for it's $1,250 per student for the BSA, and which actually is $2,500 per student when you get done doing their BSA formula. Excuse me, that's another video. If you want to know how the base student allocation formula is calculated, go to Monday night's video for Alaska School of Government, and you will be able to go step by step by step. And I provided onto the screen. Hopefully, it's cut outable enough to where you can print it and use it as you're listening to the information being expressed there, and fill out the information, and you can do this to every school district in Alaska and know exactly how much they're going to get based upon the BSA formula they choose to pass in the House and the Senate, if they pass anything at all. And I guarantee you they're going to give an increase this year, and it's not going to have no accountability behind it. They are going to do it. The big question is, are they going to continue to keep trying to fleece Alaskans of more of our PFDs to pay for that? That is the only place they can come up with that money. Now, let me give you a concept about revenue. They say they're down in Juneau that our spring forecast was $700 to $800 million less than what we had predicted. Oh my, woe is me. Well, the original governor's budget that had come out was roughly around $5 billion. And they had almost a $3 billion surplus come in from the North Slope again this year, because oil prices have been extremely high. They want you to ignore that. There is still a surplus there. But the bills they have pushing through, the three... Oh, I hear them back in my ears there.
Okay, I call the House Committee Education back to order. My fellow colleagues will be here in a second, and I apologize, but we want to make sure everybody is heard on public record. They are not ignoring you. We are all here. We are very excited to hear every single one of your testimonies. And again, at 7:15, we had 90 lines. They were all filled. And what is going to happen is we will keep public testimony open. So if you weren't able to get in or the call was dropped, it's okay. We'll announce at another date. You can provide testimony in writing, and you can send it to house.education@aklake.gov. You can also call in. If you've already called in, you're only allowed to do that one time on this public testimony. So anybody who hasn't been heard, the phone lines are now sealed, so the people that are on are going to be able to be heard. I am going to start with, the time is 5:22 of where we're at in queue, so be patient with us. We are keeping everybody to 2 minutes. Remember, no personal attacks of members of the committee or to the public. The testifiers will have 2 minutes for their testimony. Please put your name on the record, your affiliation, support, or opposition for the bill, and then begin your testimony. The first person up is at 5:22, according to our logbook here, and it's Chandra Poe. Chandra, can you go ahead with your testimony, please?
Thank you. My name is Chandra Poe. I live in Anchorage, Alaska, and I am calling in to oppose House Bill 105. As a parent of 2 children in the Anchorage School District, I find all of the provisions and proposed changes in this bill to be alarming. The reduction in the availability of valuable education, which as a parent I already have the right to opt my kids out of, is part of my concern. Specifically, as a parent of a transgender child in the Anchorage School District, the other aspects of this bill that definitely feel like a very personal attack on my children are what I would really like you all to consider as you vote. If someone is the least likely to want anyone to think about their genitalia, it's my kid and other transgender kids. There's no way they're ever going to be exposing themselves to anyone. They are not a risk. They are at risk. And if you pass this type of legislation, the fact that the governor chose to introduce this legislation has increased fear for my child already. They have shared that with me. Passing this legislation will directly harm my family and many, many other families. I am very fortunate that my child felt safe to share with me their journey. Other children are not safe. And you will put them at so much more danger if you go through with this. I am asking you all, please, to not go along with this bill that the governor has introduced, to stand in opposition to it, and to truly protect all children. My parental rights are not at risk. These children's lives are at risk. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you all make it through the rest of the testimony in good spirits. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Esther Joseph from the Kenai. Please put your name on the record, affiliation, and support or oppose this bill. Begin your testimony, please.
Hello, my name is Esther Joseph. I live in Kenai, and I'm representing myself. I oppose HB 105. I am a high school student. I am UPIC, and I am queer and non-binary. I am already uncomfortable sharing my true and full self in school, but the passing of this bill will ensure that I will feel unsafe in any school setting. Well, I am in 12th grade, and I will be graduating soon. I have 2 younger siblings who do not fit into the traditional male-female gender binary, and I fear for their safety as they continue their schooling. As for another part of this bill, the banning of sex education below 4th grade is redundant because sex ed about puberty and isn't taught before 4th grade generally. What this will affect is children being taught the words that they need to understand if they're being abused or what is happening to them isn't appropriate. Any child has the right to learn what bodily autonomy is and how to say no and tell someone if they're being hurt. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Lindsay Banning from Anchorage. Please put your name on the record, your affiliation, whether you support or oppose the bill, and begin your testimony, please. Lindsay, are you still with us?
Oh, gosh. I'm so sorry.
No, you're okay. Go ahead and begin your testimony. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Dr. Lindsay Banning. I'm a licensed psychologist and part of an active duty military family. I'm a resident of South Anchorage, and I have 2 kids in public schools. My family and I are adamantly opposed to HB 105. Today, we are debating the rights of trans kids in a misguided attempt that will further marginalize one of the smallest and most targeted groups of people in our country. Trans kids are at a substantially higher risk for poor mental health outcomes. They are, in fact, disproportionately burdened by depression, anxiety, suicidality, due to decreased social support and increased stigma and discrimination. 71% of trans kids report being discriminated against because of their gender. Over the past year, over 50% of trans youth have considered suicide, not due to being trans, but rather due to facing stigma and discrimination. The good news is that the presence of just one supportive person and or the experience of attending an LGBTQ affirming school serves as a protective factor and decreases suicidality. Simple things like respecting pronouns and honoring someone's gender expression make a world of difference. Despite knowing this, today we're considering whether we should make it harder for trans kids to survive. I want to repeat that. Despite knowing how high risk trans kids are, we're debating whether we should pass a bill that will increase marginalization, stigma, and isolation among trans kids. As a parent of a trans kid and a psychologist, I cannot fathom how we have arrived here, but I do know the immeasurable and categorically negative impact this bill has already had on the trans kids that I know. So I want to take just a second to speak directly to them. To my own kid,
testify against the bill, whether you are opposing or supporting it, but please stick to the bill.
Of course. You're not a sensitive subject. You're not a controversial topic. You're beacons of authenticity and light, and anyone who has the privilege to step into your light is better for it.
Could you wrap up your call? Your time is up.
Or not. Our family opposes HB 105 with every fiber of our being and urge you to protect our kids and do the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Iva Carly Lister, I want to verify that you're actually a resident of the state of Alaska. Could you please put that on record? Okay. All of them dropped off. Okay. Andrew West, can you verify that you're actually a resident of the state of Alaska? And please put that on public record. Tell us whether you support or oppose the bill.
Yes, my name is Andrew West, and I live in Bethel, and I oppose HB 105. I've taught 7 years in the YK Delta, including 5 years in a rural village along the lower Kuskokwim. I now distance teach from Bethel to students in villages across my district. I strongly support those who've already spoken about the danger this bill holds to our LGBTQ students, a group of students whom I have taught. I can't add much more to that which has been so eloquently spoken already on this segment of the bill. Looking at the other subsections in this bill, allowing parents to sue for a minimum of $5,000 for an infraction of not being notified about pronouns, Section 3F, a climate will be created where teachers will be fearful of the consequences of hearing information like transgender status. It risks worsening our teacher retention crisis. The lawsuit subsection also affects the notification of content sections, Sections 1-5. We risk creating an environment like Florida. How much power will just one parent have to prevent all students from accessing materials? Did you know a district in Florida pulled a Molly of Denali book? Are we really respecting parents' rights when we allow single parents to override all? The chilling effect of providing lawsuit teeth to this section is that Alaska districts may prevent the use of content that fulfills Alaska content standards for all students. Jody Pickalt said, the author, said it best, there's absolutely nothing wrong with a parent deciding a certain book is not right for their child. There is a colossal problem with a parent deciding that, therefore, no child should be allowed to read that book. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience. And that's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Randy Hugie. If you could please tell us if you're a resident of the state of Alaska, where you're calling from, and put your name on public record, please.
Yes, this is Randy Huey. I'm from Sitka, and I want to voice my opposition to House Bill 105, and I'm speaking on my own behalf, but as the father of a trans child. Now, many people have spoken more eloquently about this bill than I possibly can. It's a terrible, heartless idea, and its roots are in primitive fundamentalism. Let's be free of all that. And let's welcome and accommodate all students of all gender expressions into our schools. Thank you for taking public testimony on this.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Next, we have Raymond Lee. If you could please tell us where you're from, if you're a resident of the state of Alaska, and begin your testimony.
Yes, my name is Raymond Lee. Thank you. I am a transgender man and a childhood sexual assault survivor speaking for myself from Denina land, and I oppose HB 105. This bill targets the queer and survivor demographics, but our voices are routinely sidelined in these decisions. These are our rights being discussed, which makes this bill our responsibility, not Dunleavy's alone. Our rights are not anyone else's to decide. In schools, we already have no queer science, health, or history. Teachers can't even show up with a rainbow lapel pin without putting their jobs in jeopardy. This illustrates that the standards for this issue have started at rock bottom, and now we have begun to dig. Parental rights in this bill are overall redundant. They've already legally been put in place. We all know this. The reality is students' rights to education are the focus here, but specifically in attacking these rights. Students are the ones most affected. Students have the right to be taught about their health and history. We can't simply subtract a school lesson and expect all these matters to disappear. You can only make a healthy understanding of it all disappear. A child being queer or a survivor follows them no matter where you put them, because their reality is not a choice you can make. These are high-risk demographics. They face a litany of social challenges exactly because of efforts like HB 105. These actions are what encourage harassment against them in their communities and classrooms. We should never be putting these children in the position to have to fight for themselves like this. We are supposed to be protecting them. As said, I'm a survivor. Yes, rape is a disturbing subject to hear about at any age. I didn't have the privilege to be introduced to this topic through books like The Handmaid's Tale. It was introduced to me when I was 6 years old through being raped by my biological father. At that age, I had no idea that being repeatedly raped and beaten by him was wrong. My bio father could not be entrusted to properly navigate my education on my bodily health. Students need this help from responsible public services, including school resources. Sometimes we have nowhere else to turn to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Matthew Elliott. Could you please tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where are you calling from? Mr. Elliott, are you still on the line? Okay, we're going to go to Nora Jekin. If you could tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from.
Yes, thank you. My name is Nora Geekin. I use she, they pronouns. I'm a resident of Anchorage and a member of the queer community here. I'm representing myself today to strongly oppose House Bill 105. Alaska is not a safe place for all queer and trans kids. Some get forcibly outed to their unsupportive families, something that would happen more and more if this bill passes. This can lead to abuse, houselessness, being sent to incredibly harmful conversion camps, mental health struggles, suicidality, and a whole lot of other terrible outcomes. This already happens here in Alaska, and this bill would only make things so much worse. These are not parents' rights. These are violations of youth rights. My eyes were open to these realities when I volunteered with the Identity Alaska Youth Leadership Summit back in 2017 and 18, under the leadership of Brooks Banker. This program was for queer and trans teens from throughout the state. These youth were incredible, so full of creativity, playfulness, intelligence, passion, empathy, and hard-won grit. For some of them, their communities were not places where they could safely be out. The Youth Summit was the only place where they could fully be themselves, surrounded by people like them. Their stories aren't mine to tell, but when I tell you that some of them would break your heart, please believe me. And understand that the passage of this bill would have real-life, harmful impacts on queer and trans youth in Alaska. The presence of and support of queer and trans youth in our schools does not harm anyone. Creating a more compassionate and nurturing educational environment for queer and trans students only improves life for all students. Please let schools continue to be a place of respite for kids who may not have that at home, a safe place, a loving place, a place where they can be themselves. Let them speak about who they are, use their chosen names and pronouns, go to the bathroom without being traumatized, and just live. Just let them live and study and hang out with their friends and grow to be adults. We need to be better than this. Don't pass this harmful and hateful bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Dan Polson. If you could please tell us if you're a resident of Alaska, where you're calling from. Dan Polson, are you still with us?
Sorry about that. Hi, yes, my name is Dan Polson. I am a resident of Anchorage. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, and I am testifying on my own behalf against HB 105. A lot of people who have testified so far have made very eloquent points. I just wish to echo the sentiment expressed so well by, among others, parents, teachers, and students who have rightfully condemned this legislation as discriminatory and a massive waste of time. It is going to enable frivolous lawsuits against our schools at a time when our education budget is hanging by a thread. And the bottom line is that this is legislation that has a malicious intent. Students, whether they're LGBTQ, whether they're cisgender, have a right to be called by a name that makes them feel comfortable. If this legislation becomes law, it would enable parents to sue schools for any incident in which their child was called by a name other than what's in their official records. That is a massive waste of our resources. Again, at a time when everyone agrees that our education system needs more resources, more financing, this is just an irresponsible and I think wasteful misuse of taxpayer money. Trans kids have a right to be visible. They have a right to be accepted for who they are, and they should do so in an environment that makes them feel safe. This legislation is counterproductive to that goal, and I cannot underline enough how strongly I oppose this legislation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to remind the public this is about parental rights, and that's what the bill is on. Okay, so next up is Michael Garvey. If you could please tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you are calling from.
Thank you, Chair Allard and members of the committee for hearing so much public testimony today. For the record, my name is Michael Garvey. I'm a resident of Anchorage, and I'm calling in representing the American Civil Liberties Union of Alaska in opposition to House Bill 105. There are a lot of things we could say about this bill. That we think it violates the constitutional privacy rights of transgender and non-binary students and denies them equal access to education. That we believe the parental rights provisions would create an untenable situation for educators while curtailing students' academic freedom. That it denies the rights of parents of LGBTQ children who want to see their kids learn in a welcoming environment alongside their peers. All of that is true. But it is impossible to separate the practical and legal effects of this bill from the moment we're in. Across the country, LGBTQ youth, especially transgender youth, are constantly receiving the message that they don't belong and their identity is invalid. We've heard these messages recently right here in Alaska, in the meetings of school boards and city councils. Some of those comments, extremely ugly. We've seen unsettling attempts to disrupt queer-friendly community events and remove books about queer identities from libraries. Especially in this moment, the legislature must know that this bill furthers those harmful messages. LGBTQ people are resilient and strong, but they shouldn't have to be simply to be themselves at school. Schools should be places where kids don't have to worry about using the restroom or being outed, don't have to sit in a classroom where their identity is treated as a taboo subject, don't have to hold back their joy or any part of who they are. Schools have a duty to ensure that all students can learn in a welcoming and safe environment. We urge this committee to work toward that goal and reject House Bill 105. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Monica Whitman from, if you could tell, sorry, I just got sidetracked. Monica, if you could please tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from, and then begin your testimony.
I'm a resident of, my name is Monica Whitman. I'm a resident of Eagle River. I'm the mother of two. My son is transgender. Today I'm speaking on behalf of my family in opposition to this bill. Parent involvement, I couldn't agree more. Parent involvement is critical to the success of our students. Protecting kids' safety, of course, who wouldn't want that? However, that is not what this bill is. This bill does nothing to protect student safety. Instead, it would further stigmatize a vulnerable group of children that are already at a significantly higher risk of suicide, self-harm, anxiety, depression, and harassment. A comprehensive study conducted by the Human Rights Campaign found that 75% of students who identified as transgender or non-binary felt unsafe at school. 25% reported being physically harassed, and 10% recorded being physically assaulted at school. That's 1 in 10 students. If you're fortunate that your family hasn't had to experience these statistics firsthand, you might not believe that this is happening in our schools. I would have had a hard time believing it myself had it not happened to our child this year. Sending your child to school knowing that they will be threatened, bullied, and harassed regardless of how tolerant...
Ms. Whitman, can you please speak to the topic of the bill, please?
...is the most helpless feeling in the world. The schools are doing their best to accommodate families with different backgrounds and opinions. Parents already have the choice to opt out of sex education and are encouraged to participate in their child's education. If any child feels uncomfortable using the bathroom with a trans student, they can be provided with access to the nurse's bathroom. Alaskans are fiercely independent. We value our privacy, which is why we have one of the strongest privacy clauses in the nation. No one is presuming that all parents are abusers. Instead of worrying about hypotheticals and trying to protect parents from having to have uncomfortable conversations with their kids, our schools need to be a safe space where students are taught to work together despite their differences, even when it's uncomfortable. Bullying, harassment, and discrimination have no place in our schools. This bill is dangerous, unnecessary, and an embarrassment to our state. I urge you to vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mary Stark. Could you please tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from?
Yeah, my name is Mary Kirahan Stark, and I'm representing myself. I want to thank Chair Jamie Allard and the other members of the House Education Committee for taking my call. I am a resident of the Fairbanks, North Star Borough. I oppose HB 105. I am strongly urging you to not support HB 105, an act relating to the parental rights in education. The title itself refers to parental rights in education when, in fact, parents already have their rights in place. Presently, all parents are welcome in the classroom as volunteer helpers, etc. They already have access to the curriculum. all the activities, the performance standard or the program. And lastly, parents already can pull out their child from school whenever they want. HB 105, written under the guise of protecting parental rights, is an attack on LGBTQ plus youth. This bill, as written, clearly violates the Alaska Constitution, Article 7, Health, Education, and Welfare. Article 7 states the legislature shall, by the general law, establish and maintain a system of public schools to all children in the state. This clearly means all children, be they LGBTQ+. This bill also, as written, violates the Alaska Constitution, Article 1, Declaration of Rights, Section 22, Right to Privacy. The right of the people to privacy is recognized and shall not be infringed. A youth's privacy is infringed throughout the bill. HB 105 holds educators and their schools financially liable if they choose to respect a youth's request to be called a certain name and not report this request to the parents. HB 105 releases school counseling records to parents without the youth's consent.
Ms. Stark, your testimony, your time is up. Could you wrap your call up, please?
Okay, I strongly urge you to not support HB 105. It violates our Constitution, and ultimately it's dangerous and highly discriminatory, and it puts young people, specifically LGBTQ plus young people, at risk for depression and possibly suicide.
Thank you, Ms. Stark, for your testimony. Moving on to Quinn Lindeman from, can you please put your name on the record, say that if you're a resident of Alaska or not, and where you're calling from.
Hello, yes. My name is Quinn Lindeman, and I've been an active member of the queer community of Fairbanks for over the last 7 years, and I'm here to speak in opposition to this bill. To speak to what you so kindly reminded us of, this bill is about parental rights. And I have to ask, the parents' rights to what? This is not the first time a phrase like this has been used to justify what this bill is attempting and represents. The cry of states' rights has been used to advocate and perpetuate the same goal, which is genocide of a people. The UN defines genocide as having many parts beyond the simple killing of people. Two that this bill is perpetrating are causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group and deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, whole or in part. Policies of the kind in this bill have and will, if passed, lead to increased harm and death amongst queer youth through suicide and violence. The banning of basic education about identity, sex, gender, and basic human rights directly causes this by robbing children of the ability to understand themselves and their world. This breeds feelings of ostracization, isolation, confusion, and fear for all the youth of our state, not just queer folk, not just queer. All of these lead to despair, trauma, hate, violence, and death. This bill is nothing more but an attempt by bad actors to eradicate from the world that which they fear and hate, for no reason beyond ignorance and bigotry. To them, I say, you will lose, and no amount of bills and laws like this bill have ever succeeded in getting rid of us or will ever do so. We have always existed, do exist, and will continue to exist. And the only choice to be made here is how many of our children will grow up, whether we want to see them grow up happy and healthy, or if we pass this bill and kill and traumatize them. Please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to just give a kind reminder to the community. This is a parental rights bill. Please read the bill, understand the bill, and testify in regards to the bill. Now we have Michelle Sonnet, our Senate. If you could please tell us if you're a resident of Alaska, where you're calling from, and put your name on the record.
Yes, hi, my name is Michelle Sonnet. I'm from Anchorage, and I'm opposed to HB 105. First of all, to speak directly to your comment you just made about paying attention to...
There is no public testimony against any personal attacks to the members of the committee. If you could please just testify in regards to the bill, that would be appreciated.
Regarding the statement about reading the bill and comprehending the bill...
Moving on. Patty Brown, if you could begin your testimony, tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from, please.
I'm calling from Haines, and I'm thank you for the time to testify in opposition of HB 105, speaking for myself. I agree that parents have rights to engage about their child's education. As a public school teacher in Alaska for 22 years, there were many times I wished for that opportunity, that all parents came to conferences or reached out in some way. I have hope, though, for positive collaboration. HB 105 is of particular interest to me. I was a middle school science teacher most of my career. I believe it is of the utmost importance that the science of the human body systems begin to be taught before early adolescence. In separating the reproductive system from all the rest and requiring written permission is unnecessarily burdensome and disregards full understanding of human mental and physical health. There's an associated social context, the need to include what consent means, and strategies for communicating boundaries. Sexual assault is far too prevalent in our state and in the nation. Notifying parents about the topic is a good thing, is already done in most schools. Follow-up questions at home are likely. Opting out could happen, and in my experience, rarely did. As a classroom activity with peers, sharing giggles, practicing maintaining a respectful climate with a teacher presenting facts with grace, sensitivity, and humor creates a bond and a point of trust. I've been told the experience even makes the family conversations easier. The issue of use of gender pronouns perhaps is more delicate. I believe that a conversation between family and any staff person the child trusts and the children themselves could be helpful in some cases. I don't, however, think it is ever respectful to children to override their wishes in this regard. Identity, particularly in early adolescence, is a big deal. I've seen that bullying in elementary school often centers around damaging nicknames. Being called a non-preferred pronoun hurts just as much. A state law requiring a certain penalty to punish teachers in schools who honor a child's request against the will of a parent is far too heavy-handed. This is a community issue, including recognition that the school itself is a community for children. Maybe middle and high school student councils should write the policy. Notification in advance of planned conversations at school about gender identity and sexual orientation for a class or peer group is fine. Sadly, students prevented from participating would be at a huge disadvantage. Parents could be invited, perhaps by teleconference, so they too could learn. It's not always easy to understand the spectrum of gender and sexual orientation evidenced by science today.
Ms. Brown, if you could wrap up your call, your 2 minutes have ended. With your closing comments, please.
There's a lot of mean-spirited and erroneous talk out there. Variations across gender have always been there. They're not going away, and the value of every person should be celebrated. Many teachable moments on this topic are spontaneous.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. We appreciate your testimony. Next, we have Alyssa Quintine. Could you please tell us if you're an Alaska resident and where you're calling from?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Quinton. I am a community organizer and researcher here in Tanana, otherwise known as Fairbanks, and I am calling to oppose this bill. Now, one of the things that I do in my work is that I am a researcher, and I study specifically civil governance and non-discrimination. Now, preaching to the choir, one of the main duties of a legislative body is protections, especially when it comes to public services and access to resources. Now I ask you, what exactly in this bill protects students and teachers? Nothing. What resources does it give to students and teachers? Nothing. What rights are being protected or given to parents that they already didn't have under state and federal law and the regulations of their respected school district? Nothing. So why are we here? I have been testifying specifically for LGBTQ rights since I was 17. And I've watched my community lose person after person after person after person. And now I'm 28, so you do the math of how long this is. This legislative body collectively has failed to protect its marginalized constituents that you all say that you are here for.
Ms. Quinty, we have a rule here that no personal attacks on members of the committee will be tolerated. If you'd like to testify to the bill, that would be appreciated.
I am testifying on the bill. Yes, ma'am. So,
thank you.
As I was saying, we should be talking about the crises at hand, not allowing bigotry and oppression to happen. And it is unconscionable to ask your constituents to advocate for their right to exist year after year after year and not expect consequences for that. So I urge you all to really consider the consequences of this bill and to not pass it on. And in addition, we also all just heard you cut off somebody and hang up on
Thank you, Alyssa Quinty, for your testimony. We're moving on to Kim Hayes. If you could tell us if you're a resident of the state of Alaska and tell us where you're calling from, please.
Good evening. My name is Kim Hayes. I live in Anchorage in House District 15.
I am the parent of 3 public school students, an elementary, middle school, and a high school student. I am calling in tonight after reading the bill several times since it's been introduced to strongly oppose HB 105. It appears a national movement to discriminate against already vulnerable students masquerading as parental rights has come to our state. It's really just an attempt to sway attention and distract folks from the real issues facing Alaska students and teachers. In response to the tenets of this bill, I just want to remind the committee that our schools serve to educate our children no matter who they are, and in order to do so, students have to feel safe and trust their educators. It's an unfortunate reality that many of our students live in dangerous homes or have parents who won't accept children for who they are. Our LGBTQ plus students deserve the same safe and accepting school environment that others benefit from. I was really proud to hear from outgoing student advisory board members and the incoming student advisory board member for the State Board of Education testify in Juneau a few weeks ago, and I've been proud to hear Alaskan youth tonight in support of their fellow students. The kids get it. Legislation like HB 105 in the guise of parental rights does nothing to further the cause of education and only puts educators in a position of endangering their students. In fact, requiring our educators to out students to parents is troubling to all the educators I know, and even more troubling to the students I know. I have yet to meet one that supports this concept, and I haven't heard from a single person on how exactly this policy aids in the education of our students. What I already know is that teachers and education support staff are already mandatory reporters for things like abuse and neglect. Creating a new type of reporting, this time to parents, and effectively lumping in the sexuality or gender identity of students treats this as a negative or criminal situation, which being a member of the LGBTQ plus community certainly is not and shouldn't be a required report to anyone. Please reject HB 105 and refocus your energy on adequate funding for education. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I want to give a kind reminder to the public. We will be limiting calls to 2 minutes per testifier. I would like to ask the testifiers to stay on topic of HB 105, parental rights and transparency. No personal attacks on members of the committee will be tolerated. I will usually give it at the 2-minute mark just to have you wrap up your testimony so that we can get through all these testifiers. If you are not able to call in tonight, you hear our testimony. We're keeping the public lines public testimony open, and that we will come back to it, and that way those who can't testify tonight, we can do at a later date. I also wanted to remind you, if you wanted to give written testimony, you can address it at house.education@aklake.gov. Our next testifier is Liz Dean. If you could tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you are calling from, please.
Hello, thank you for taking time to listen to all of us today. My name is Liz Dean. I am calling for myself. I was born and raised on unceded Dena'ina land known as Anchorage, and I'm calling in strong opposition to HB 105. We should really try to focus on human rights first before emphasizing parent rights. Parents do already have a right as a child's guardian. Rights they can practice would be cultivating healthy and honest relationships with their own children at home. For you to put that onto any other parents to interpret or perceive another child's identity is safe and not legitimate. A teacher said students need to feel safe. Unfortunately, we know that not all homes are safe spaces. So we shouldn't disempower counselors within the schools that are actually trained for helping these students. Yes, again, just strong opposition to HB 105. It's not provided anything in terms of tools and resources that can help students. And again, what rights do parents have outside of what they do in their own home? And it's also been mentioned, you cannot erase us queer people. If anything, we need to celebrate diversity and honor the land stewards who came centuries before us, and that will continue to be here centuries after, many of which who identify as two-spirit or trans, not only here on unceded land, but also everywhere around the world. Third genders, queerness has been accepted and known. So this particular bill is only causing harm. And for those of you law nerds out there, we've talked about how this compromises and violates the Alaska Constitution, but it made me wonder about the Establishment Clause from the First Amendment of our U.S. Constitution, separation of church and state. So if anyone's coming from a place of fundamental ideas and opinions on what is perceived gender expression of anyone else, those are also not legitimate ideas to impose on anybody else. Thank you again for your time. Please strongly oppose HB 105.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Pamela Samash, if you could tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from, please.
Holy cow, I finally got a chance to talk. Hi,
Thank you for your patience. We much appreciate it. You can begin your testimony.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Oh, yes, ma'am. All right. Hi, my name's Pamela Samish. I live in Nenana, Alaska. I support HB 105. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. There are two sides to this story. I support this bill because the schools have no right to hide anything from parents. And in addition, this is our testimony. We as Christians were personally persecuted by the LGBTQ in our school. We are not, as Christians, allowed to lead a child against the Bible. A local girl here wanted to be called a boy's name, and the girl, and she was a minor. My daughter refused, and the public school teacher threatened to kick my daughter out of the classroom. I had to fight back and keep her in class and stand up for our beliefs. I won that battle. However, afterwards, I was threatened, and my Christian daughter was relentlessly harassed by the LGBTQ and their friends in the school. And anyone against it, harassed by everybody in school. I finally had to homeschool her. My youngest daughter avoided all of this because I homeschooled her as well, and my neighbor's daughter as well, because of she was getting bullied also. She actually graduated with honors and a full scholarship.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you please speak to the bill?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
My point is, I wish that the public school people had the transparency to know if something like this was happening to their kids. And I believe that this bill would give the parents notifications that are so important to support their beliefs. And so I believe that this is against our Christian beliefs, what's going on in the public schools. And it's just, we're getting excluded and persecuted. And so that's why I like this bill, and I would ask that you would support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samash, for your testimony. Next, we have Brooks Banker. If you could tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from.
Yes, my name is Brooks Banker. I am a resident of Anchorage on DIE land, and I am calling as an individual. Or on behalf of myself, in opposition wholeheartedly of HB 105. I come today wearing a couple hats, though. Previously as youth program director and community engagement director at Identity Alaska, our LGBTQ nonprofit organization located in Anchorage. In my experience there from 2015 as a volunteer to 2020, I work directly with LGBTQ youth from all over this wonderful state. I share this information because in my direct experience, the affirmation in their transition, however they so choose, of using the name in which they want to identify with, the pronouns that affirm their gender, I saw nothing but happy, confident, and contributing members of their schools. And so an issue here is that still some teachers do not support them. A bill like this continues that harm or perpetuates the potential harm, even from teachers who are not supportive of LGBTQ identities, specifically trans identities in our youth. Again, as many people have mentioned, are already at such risk and are extremely vulnerable. I am worried about the power that this gives to teachers potentially who do not support these youth, and what kind of information they may receive, and who they'll give it to, possibly a parent who is not supportive or a safe place for them. I also lead educational workshops and presentations K through 12 in my current job, all ASD approved, in support of bodily autonomy, personal safety, as well as information for our older kids.
Did we lose him? Okay. All right. Sorry about that, Mr. Banker. I don't know what happened, but we apologize. Okay. We're going to scroll back up, and we're going to go to Colby Perez. Are you there, please? And could you tell us if you're Alaska
I'm
resident
here.
and where you're calling from?
I'm Colby Perez, and I'm calling from Kodiak, Alaska.
Okay, go ahead with your testimony, please.
I am also a trained marriage and family therapist in the state of Alaska, and as a queer person, and I strongly oppose HB 105 and those queer clients I often work with, and just how potentially harmful this could be to children, and that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perez, for your testimony. Much appreciated. Next, we're going to go down to Matthew Elliott. If you could please tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from. Is he still on the line? Okay. Mr. Elliott, are you with us? No. Okay. That was the second attempt. Okay, now we have Lilith Court. If you could please tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Court.
Hi, my name is Lilith Court. I am a lifelong member or lifelong resident of Fairbanks, Alaska. I'm a transgender woman. There's not much more that I can say that hasn't already been said by others who oppose this bill. I represent myself, and I am also calling in opposition to this bill. In the guise of advocating for parental rights, this bill directly impacts the safety and the lives of students within Alaska. It, without hyperbole, it puts these students' lives at risk. I suppose that's all I have to say on the matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in. The next person we have is Casey Casort. If you could tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from.
Hello, I am a resident. My name is Casey Casort, and I'm calling today in my personal capacity as a Fairbanks resident. I'm a graduate from the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District and the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and I'll echo the dozens of people before me in firmly opposing House 105. I oppose this bill because all students deserve to feel welcome and safe at school. I oppose this bill because no student should be forced to come out before they're ready or lose the opportunity to share their LGBTQ+ identity with their parents in their own time. I oppose this bill because all young Alaskans deserve access to the tools to make the best choices for them, including knowing what to do if they are assaulted, especially considering Alaska's high rates of child sexual assault. I oppose this bill because it's bullying turned into legislation. Spending the legislatures and the public's time attacking some of the most vulnerable students in our community and legislating out of baseless fear is such a waste of all of our time. And I'm so disappointed that anyone in this body is willing to give this bill a hearing, and of course disappointed that Governor Dunleavy has wasted all of our time introducing this hateful bill in the first place. But I don't want to focus only on the problems you're causing here, so instead I'd like to share a bit of the joy that comes from being queer in Alaska. Queer joy for me is meeting queer folks in our community for the first time and feeling like I was seeing a possible future for myself that I'd never imagined. Queer joy is personal, like...
Ma'am, can you please speak to the bill?
The queer and trans joy in the state is real, it's vibrant, and it's not something you can fight, even with bills like this one. With that, I'll just say, please do not hold another hearing on House Bill 105. Clearly, the public has shown up tonight. I don't think we need another one. Please do not move this bill out of committee or pass it.
Thank you, Ms. Cosworth. Now we have Jamie Gibson online. If you could please tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jamie Gibson. I'm calling in from the unceded lands of the Lower Tanana peoples, also known as Fairbanks, and I wholeheartedly oppose HB 105. I have read HB 105 multiple times, and I have been struggling for days to come up with how to properly respond to yet another blatantly homophobic and transphobic bill in Alaska. This time, I have realized that there are no words to describe just how detrimental and evil this bill is, but I'm going to try in less than 2 minutes. This bill is putting the lives of queer and trans children into politicians' hands. HB 105 is an attack on all LGBTQ+ youth and will cause irreparable harm. This bill would forcibly out students to their parents, attract trans youth, require 2 weeks notices and written permission before any activity that covers gender identity, reproduction, or sexual matters, including sexual abuse or sexual assault awareness. It will eliminate any sex ed for younger students, encourages schools to ban trans students from bathrooms and locker rooms, and attempts to erase LGBTQ plus children and families from schools altogether. Plus, it has dangerous provisions allowing parents to access private school counseling, mental, and physical health records, which could put so many youth in danger. I'm a 25-year-old Yupik Athabaskan non-binary lesbian. I'm a queer success story despite fighting homophobia and transphobia my entire childhood, especially after being raised in a Southern Baptist church. I fought years of abuse at home and at school to the point of being raped by a stranger just off of school grounds and going right back to class because I had nobody to talk to, not even my parents. But I am here, I am queer, and there is nothing, no bill, no politician that can force me into silence, especially when you are putting targets on children's backs. One of my current favorite quotes is from Tammy Baldwin, one of the first openly gay senators in the United States. There will not be a magic day when we wake up and it's now okay to express ourselves publicly. We make that day by doing things publicly until it's simply the way things are. So on that note, I will continue to be loud and proud. I will lead by example and prove that being queer and trans is normal and beautiful. Kids will see me, a visibly queer
Ms.
young
Gibson,
adult,
can you
and
please
see their
wrap up
future.
your testimony?
Absolutely. This bill is not Alaskan, and it's certainly not American. Justice and equality for all means justice and equality for every single person. Representative.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson, for your testimony. We're going on to Dee Dee Peters. If you could please tell us if you're an Alaskan resident and where you're calling from.
Hi, can you hear me? Am I unmuted?
No, we could hear you just fine. Welcome, and if you could tell us if you're an Alaskan resident, where you're calling from, and then go ahead with your testimony, please.
Thank you. My name is Dee Dee Peters. My preferred pronouns are she, her. I live on the land of the Dena'ina people in Kenai, and I'm a Democrat, and I'm against this bill. I'm a gender nonconforming adult. I'm recognizable as a transgender woman, and I've been very moved by the testimony shared tonight. I want to thank everyone for sharing, thank everyone for speaking out. I think our stories connect us as Alaskans. I feel angry about this legislation. It's not one of a kind. Other bills legislating trans bodies come up again and again. And I'd like to urge you all to vote no. And for the sake of the climate of intolerance, if you could pass HB 99, something that will protect LGBTQIA plus Two-Spirit students would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Amber O'Brien. If you could please tell us if you're an Alaska resident and where you're calling from, and then begin your testimony, please.
My name is Amber O'Brien. I live in Meadow Lakes, Alaska, and I'm calling to testify against HB 105. I'm testifying on behalf of myself and my 3 children who all attend school in the Matsu School District. I'm going to focus on the anti-sex education portion of this bill as I'm a survivor of childhood sexual assault. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends early and ongoing age-appropriate fact-based sex education. Such programs entail autonomy, puberty, body image, communication, sexual assault prevention, and being safe on the internet, plus much more. Age-appropriate sex education has been proven to reduce instances of sexual abuse in children as it provides them a framework for appropriate behavior with their peers as well as with adults in their lives. Sex education, when teaching accurate names for body parts, also gives children the tools to recognize that they are being abused and harmed and to tell somebody they trust. I grew up in Anchorage, and when I was in 6th grade, there were, at both Bayshore and Huffman Elementaries, there were 3 pregnant 6th graders in the Anchorage School District. For reference, that's 12 years old. In my high school service, there were more than a few teen mothers, more than a few instances of STIs, and our hockey coach was fired and charged for having a quote-unquote relationship with a student. Too often, when sex education is left too late, decisions are made and unintended consequences are the result. Sex education doesn't only lower the rates of unwanted pregnancy and STI in teens, but also throughout the lifetime. And isn't that the educated, safe community we're supposed to be our goal?
Alaska currently and in recent years has ranked worst in the country for rates of sexual assault, rape, and femicide. Comprehensive sex education covers the issues of consent, bullying, coercion, and something I think we can all agree our state desperately needs. As the AAP recommends a focus on healthy relationships, including the explicit focus on communication, consent, refusal skills, accepting rejection, violence prevention, personal safety, and bystander intervention could go a long way towards making Alaska a safer place for everyone. In short, research has repeatedly proven that consistent, fact-based, developmentally appropriate sex education, health education, provides young people the knowledge they need to make informed decisions about sex and relationships. And as we all know, knowledge is power. And I want my kids going out into the world armed with as much knowledge as possible so they can.
Ms. O'Brien, could you please wrap up your testimony?
Thank you for your time, and I urge you to vote no on HB 105.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have James Solovog. If you could let us know if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from, please.
Yeah, thank you. My name's James Selvog. I live in Kodiak. I am a special education aide and a transgender man. And after reviewing and parsing this bill, I don't think that it's actually about parents' rights. At least it won't give them anything that they don't already have. So what this bill will do is put a lot of kids at risk. I've been out for about 10 years, and in that time I've met countless people who have had to leave or have been dumped out on the street or have been physically, sexually, emotionally abused by unaccepting family. And to provide every little bit of information like name changes or pronoun changes to family members puts kids at risk. And I think that bills like this are definitely part of a much larger, more orchestrated, or very orchestrated push to target trans people throughout the country. And it's difficult just going to work with that knowledge in my mind, that there are parents and people that don't want their children to know that someone like me could possibly exist when I'm right here. I'm helping your kids every day, and I have their best interests at heart just like you do. Anyway, I think that these bills strip children of their humanity and their rights to privacy. While parental authority is important, I think that this language isn't actually about putting rights into parents' hands as much as it is about reducing children.
Could you wrap up your testimony? Your 2 minutes is up.
All right. I'm just saying that this bill reduces kids to property and is unethical, and I oppose it.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go to Benjamin Preston. If you could please tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from.
Hello, my name is Ben Preston. I live in Anchorage, and I'm speaking for myself, and I oppose HB 105. So many great points have already been made, so I will be brief. Students always do better when we make an effort to understand and support them, and our trans and other LGBTQ plus students are an important part of our community. This bill is the opposite of support. Reading through the bill, it's easy to see how it opens a myriad of possibilities for discrimination, harassment, and harm. But I was surprised at how little it actually added to any parental rights. They already exist within the current wording. This is a lose-lose bill. Please support our students and parents and teachers by rejecting this bill.
Mr. Preston, are you a resident of Alaska or live in Anchorage?
Yes, I did. Did I not say I live in Anchorage?
Yes. Do you live in Anchorage?
And was born here and grew up here.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Is there anything you'd like to wrap up on? You still have a few minutes left, or a few seconds.
Oh, sorry, say again. I missed that last.
Your time has not ended if you'd like to continue with your testimony.
No, thank you. I said everything I needed to say.
Okay, thank you so much for your call. We're going to go to Chandler O'Connell. If you could tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from, please.
Hi, my name is Chandler O'Connell. I am calling from Sitka, Alaska. I'm a resident here. I'm a graduate of the Sitka School District. I have 2 children, the oldest of whom is a year or 2 away from hopefully starting in our local public schools. And I am calling in, I'm representing myself and opposing HB 105. The role of public education in our society is like to educate our children, which requires a safe learning environment. And like my rights as a parent are tied to that function of the school. So that is a right that I want to see fulfilled, that the state of Alaska is delivering that public education in a safe environment because that's required for learning. And as the point has been made, like I already have a lot of rights as a parent. I can opt out. My kids have access to, private use bathrooms if they need them in most of the schools and in the state. And I just feel really strongly that it's clear this bill is not doing anything to enhance public rights. It's actually taking parental rights. It's actually taking away the right of my children and by extension, my family to accessing a free public education without discrimination or stigma for any students. And I think I just like to add to that for the committee members who are considering supporting this bill, like the children's rights matter just as much as mine. I argue they matter more than mine in the public school setting. And when we have language about safety and access to information in this bill, like safety for who are we protecting and why? Because like your job is to protect all of our students, and every student is potentially harmed by this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go to Canyon Coco Churuk. If you could let us know if you're an Alaska resident, where you're calling from, please, and then begin your testimony. Oh, okay. Next, looks like we lost. Did they hang up or we just dropped the call? Okay, well, they can call back. Well, we have public. Okay, never mind. Nola Lampkin, if you could tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from, please. You're next to testify.
Thank you very much. My name is Nola Lampkin. I'm an Alaska resident calling from Juneau. I think that, and I'm opposed to the amendment of the, I'm sorry, I'm nervous after 3 hours on the phone.
It's okay, take your time.
I'm most concerned, there's so many issues here, all tossed into one jumble. Not all families are safe for children. They need to know how to speak and how to protect themselves. You heard very eloquent from one young man. My heart went out to so many people. I think we should, and also I think we should make teachers' lives as smooth sailing as possible, because we need more good teachers in smaller classrooms. And these are far more than making teachers have to deal with these issues. They need to learn compassion and equality for all. And I got Patty Brown of Haynes. Like me, she was also a middle school science teacher. And there's no age, I don't think, that's more prone to bullying. And this bill would just set people up to be bullied. And that's a terrible fate. And we need to support people's health, whatever their gender, whatever their age, whatever their occupation, whether it be teacher or student or anybody else. Please help them have health, education, and welfare. Thank you very much for your patience through all these hours.
Thank you for staying on the line with us. We appreciate your testimony. Next, we have Lillian Partee. If you could say if you're, to let us know if you're a Alaska resident and where you're calling from, please.
Hello, my name is Lillian Lane Partee. I am from Kenai, and I'm representing myself. I'm a trans non-binary. I go by any pronouns, and I prefer to be called Lily. I'm turning 25 this year, and I still remember what it was like to hear that a fellow student had killed themselves back in high school. I heard it a lot. I went to Service High School in Anchorage. Statistically speaking, 82% of trans youth are suicidal, and 40% of that attempt to kill themselves. I cite these numbers from an article on PubMed.gov called Suicidality Among Transgender Youth.
Lily, I apologize for interrupting. Could you please speak to the bill at HB 105?
With due respect, I am. Bills like this make trans people suicidal, and it would only increase the rate of attempts at suicide. And if this bill were to pass, I will be emailing and calling every one of you that voted for it to pass every time it happens. We are people, not political tools to use. Your job is to make laws that protect us and provide us with opportunity, not to target us, not to strip away what little support we already have. So I really encourage you to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Melody McLaughlin, could you please put on record if you're a resident of the state of Alaska and tell us where you're calling from, please?
My name is Melody McCullough. I am calling from Wasilla. Yes, I reside in the state of Alaska. I'm calling as a parent, grandparent, on behalf of my family. I'm calling in support of SB 105. I'm sorry, HB 105. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I do believe that this is really a sad occasion that we have to have the governor make a bill to keep parents' rights intact because they've been removed or hidden by the school districts in this state from these parents. Not all parents are bad parents. Not all parents are abusive parents. Kids in middle school are so confused going from elementary into middle school with socialization, with emotional behavior, with puberty. And these things are being put in our schools at very young age. Kids can't even decide what they want to wear to school in kindergarten. How can you expect them to understand where they're at? I am in full support of this bill. Our Alaska Education System has undermined the trust they should have with we, the parents of Alaska. They've taken those rights away from us the first day our children enter the public school system. It's time to bring accountability back to education, stop the DIE Indoctrination, return the rights that have been taken away from the parents. Let's make reading, writing, and arithmetic, STEM, back into the schools. These are things that the kids can use throughout their lifetime. This is not as spoken by the governor. I don't say gay bill or anything against the transgender. I have no problem with transgender people. I just don't want my child indoctrinated and confused by all this stuff that's being put into the schools and fed to my child. This is not the school's right. It is my right as a parent and as a grandparent to have all the say until my child becomes legally an adult, because up to that
Ms.
point,
McLaughlin, your time is up. Could you please wrap up the call?
I am lawfully responsible for that child. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Rose Titus. If you could tell us if you're a resident of the state of Alaska and where you're calling from, please. Rose, are you on the line still? Do we still have her on the line? Okay.
Yes, you just unmuted me.
Oh, there you go. Thank you very much. Continue with your testimony and let us know if you're a resident of Alaska and where you are calling from.
I am a resident of Anchorage, Alaska. I'm calling from Anchorage, Alaska, and I'm calling in opposition to House Bill 105. This directly impacts me as the guardian of my young sister and as a member of a queer household. She is a gender nonconforming youth who this would impact. If she wants to use the bathroom that assigned with her gender, she should be allowed to do so. I shouldn't have to worry that someone is going to require that we pull up birth certificates to prove that she's a female. This is ridiculous. This removes her school being a safe space. She should be able to go to a counselor to talk to them about whatever's going on, whether she's being bullied. She should be able to talk to her teacher. These are conversations she may not feel comfortable bringing to me because she doesn't want to worry me. If she decides she wants to go by a different name, she's trying something out with her friends, she may make that decision with them before she comes to me and says, hey, I've decided I would like to be called this. She's going to make that decision with her peers first. This bill eliminates the ability for them to do that, and this puts more on teachers than they already need. We have classes where they're overburdened, they're underpaid, and we don't need to put more on their shoulders. And once again, I have read this bill, and it furthers efforts towards segregating a marginalized community and pushing trans genocide. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go to Mike Coons. If you could please tell us if you're from the state of Alaska and where you're calling from, please.
I'm awake.
Okay, thank you for waiting with us and being awake with us. I apologize for the long delay, but we are getting through everybody. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, my name is Mike Coons. I'm president of the Concerned Conservatives of Alaska. Speaking for myself, NCCAK, we support HB 105, and I am a heterosexual male. Proud of it. I've sent in a more detailed written testimony to the committee. However, I would like to speak on some issues that were brought up yesterday in committee.
Actually, if you could, Mike, if Mr. Coons, if you can only speak to HB 105, the bill at hand, that would be appreciated. That is what we are doing here tonight.
Yeah. So the state of Alaska has the strongest privacy constitution in the nation, Article 1, Section 22, which is clear and concise. SCOTUS has ruled Washington versus Glucksberg that the Constitution, specifically the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, protects the fundamental rights of parents to direct the care, upbringing, and education of their children, end quote. Thus, withholding information from the parents out of privacy concerns, like in Anchorage, does not apply, since the child is a minor and under the jurisdiction and control of the parents. That's in Section 4, reporting. I have dealt personally with OCS as a paramedic. I have seen up close and personal how OCS, sadly, in 2 cases I was involved in, totally disregarded our report, but yet any report of a broken arm from a fall off the swing, the parents were put through the ringer. False reporting by the child. I know of law enforcement that were called by child wrongfully. Teachers with a bias, like shown here today, reporting against parents, especially those teachers that are for unfettered decision-making of the child and gender identity, can and is being used as a weapon against those parents. All of those and many others happen in Alaska and nationwide. I'm not sure how this can be addressed in law. Either this is a separate bill or that it should be within the regulations of the school district. We have those districts, like Anchorage, that would be weak, if at all, and would allow wrongful and malicious reporting by biased teachers. We need to know that this reporting isn't just from one person, but that the reporter has others within the school system to talk to the child.
Mr. Coons, your time is up. If you could please wrap up your testimony.
Yes. The ability to talk to the parents is appropriate before a call is made, which then the parents have to defend themselves and be treated as guilty until proven innocent.
Mr. Coons, do you oppose or support this bill? Mr. Coons, do you oppose or support this bill?
We definitely, I stated at the start, we support HB 105.
Okay, Mr. Zachary McIntyre, you are next. Could you please tell us if you're a resident of the state of Alaska and where you're calling from? Mr. McIntyre, are you on the line with us? Is he still there? Oh, there you are. Mr. McIntyre, could you tell us if you're a resident of the state of Alaska and where you're calling from, please?
Hello, my name is Zachary McIntyre. I am a resident of the state of Alaska. I am calling from Fairbanks. I'm representing myself. However, I'm also in the room with several other students of the University of Alaska Fairbanks. I am calling in fervent opposition of this bill. This is a very dangerous bill, which disturbingly echoes one of my most regretted mistakes in high school, if I may share. I, in high school, encountered a person who came out to me as gay, and I believed, as many of the supporters of this bill do, that was the parent's right to know, that the parent needed to know as part of their parental rights. This ultimately severely affected the livelihood and the quality of life of the student in question, and has been one of my greatest life regrets ever since. And I fervently plead that this committee not repeat my own mistakes, that they vote no on HB 105. This is a bill on parental rights. Parents have these rights, but they also have responsibilities. One of those responsibilities is to create a safe environment for these children to tell them this information themselves. If a child has reason to believe that they will be hurt by their parent for telling them this information, that parent has forfeited
Mr. McIntyre, your 2 minutes is up. If you could please wrap up your testimony.
Yeah, in conclusion, I fervently oppose HB 105. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Natasha Falk, if you could please tell us if you're a resident of Alaska, where you're calling from, and then begin your testimony. Ms. Falk, are you with us?
Yes.
Oh, begin your
testimony.
Are you a resident of the state of Alaska, where you're calling from, whether you support or oppose the bill, your affiliation, and put your name on record? Sorry, that's a lot of information.
That's okay. I am a resident of Anchorage, Alaska, and I oppose HB 105. I believe it is an attack on the LGBTQ youth and will undoubtedly increase bullying, harassment, stigmatization towards trans students in particular. I believe that this bill is detrimental to the safety of students all over Alaska, and this bill would allow parents to access health information that could be detrimental to the child's safety. I believe this bill contained similar provisions as the Florida's Don't Say Gay bill, and that schools would be required to give 2 weeks notice and receive written permission from a parent or guardian and to participate in specific activities that would exclude necessary information to be provided to youth. I think this bill would forcibly out LGBTQ youth to their parents. I don't believe it is safe for our community, especially since we suffer so highly from suicide attempts in our youth, especially the LGBTQ youth. This bill targets transgender students by forcing them to use a bathroom or locker room that doesn't match their identity. And I strongly encourage the entire committee to vote against this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Did we lose her?
Thank you.
I apologize. I thought the call was dropped. Do you have any last comments?
Just that I really appreciate you being so patient and guiding this discussion this evening, and you've done an excellent job. So thank you very much for your service to our community.
Thank you for being patient and holding so long. I think it's been several hours for most. We're getting through it. Thank you very much. The next caller is Kirsten Cotton. If you could tell us if you're a resident of Alaska and if you oppose or support the bill, and put your name on the record and where you're calling from.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Cotton. However, I go by Jamie, and I am a lifelong resident of Anchorage, and I am a transgender man. I oppose HB 105, and it will put transgender students in danger. I understand as a person who has very accepting parents that not all parents are bad. There are some very loving and wonderful parents, but some parents do not understand what transgender is, how it feels to be transgender, and what the effect of it can be on a student who is not being accepted in school. Now, this bill makes educators out students to possibly abusive parents and makes it so that then these students cannot be referred to by the name and gender markers that they wish to be referred to as without the consent of those possibly abusive parents. Putting students in the bathrooms and locker rooms of their assigned sex will put them at risk of not only bullying, harassment, but also possible sexual assault against them being made in these private bathrooms. This bill will put students at risk and will put transgender students on more of a path of suicidality, and these rates are already going up. I do not want to see another one of my transgender younger siblings die because of rhetoric like this. So please, I and everybody else who is in opposition of this bill is begging you to not support this bill, not only for myself, but for all of my other trans siblings. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Jay McDonald on the line. If you could tell us what city you're a resident of, if you're from the state of Alaska, if you can tell us if you support or oppose this bill, your affiliation, and put your name on record and begin your testimony.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead with your testimony, and if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from, please.
All right, so this is Jay McDonald. I'm calling from unceded American lands known as Anchorage in support of House Bill 105, and I'm representing my family. Through the chair, what kind of society do we want to live in? Do we want a society where parents have the right to raise their children into the culture and tradition of their own family? Or do we want a society where the state dictates what values our children are taught? The answer should be obvious. We must defend the rights of parents to raise their children according to their own beliefs and values. Any attempt to strip this away is an affront to our American principles of freedom and self-determination. Sadly, we need House Bill 105 because some administrators and staff are operating under the same ideological basis as the so-called Indian boarding schools of the early 20th century. The belief that the state knows best and that parents have no right to instill their own values in their children. We already went down that path. We already learned that lesson. This is a dangerous belief that we must reject outright. We must remember the lessons of history and ensure that we do not repeat the mistakes of the past. We must reject any attempt to create a society where the state has ultimate authority over parents and children. We must stand up for the rights of parents to raise their own children. In closing, we must ensure that our schools are places of learning and discovery, not indoctrination and secrets. We must ensure that our children are raised to be free and independent thinkers, not mindless drones. We must fight for the rights of parents to control what values their children learn at school. If we do not, we risk repeating the mistakes of the past. Please vote yes on House Bill 105. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Joshua Smith. Joshua, if you can let us know where you're from and if you're a resident of the state of Alaska, whether you support or oppose this bill, your affiliation, and please put your name on the record.
Absolutely. My name is Josh Smith. I'm a resident of Chugiak, Alaska, and I'm speaking on my own behalf as a gay man, and I was once that gay kid that grew up in Alaska schools, hence why I'm speaking out against House Bill 105. First, the purpose of a school is to create a safe learning environment for all their students. The reality is this bill will create barriers to this environment by stifling opportunities that would disproportionately impact LGBTQ students and their ability to safely express themselves while learning in a supportive and respectful environment. Parents should be engaged in a child's education, but parental rights should never come at the expense of the safety of children. LGBTQIA youth are equally deserving of safe and affirming learning environment. Regarding the utilization of bathroom of assigned sex at birth, transgender kids should have every right to use the bathroom that makes them feel safe. To force otherwise violates the constitutional protections of privacy afforded to every Alaskan. Regarding written permission prior to the use of any alternative pronoun or name, kids go by different names all the time, and nobody has had a problem before. Written permission can also forcibly out students before they are ready, which can be devastating to a young queer person. Also, requiring written permission no less than 2 weeks prior to any lesson or conversation becomes extremely burdensome and inhibits the ability of educators to effectively educate and communicate in a diverse and dynamic learning environment. Additionally, the ability of parents to sue educators and school districts for inadequate permission will force teachers to steer away from talks regarding respect and inclusion, which further alienate LGBTQ students from their peers. The reality is not every LGBTQI child has a safe or affirming home. Schools, teachers, clubs like the Gay Straight Alliance have become a safe place for many of these kids to exist. According to a study by the Trevor Project, simply having one affirming adult in the life of an LGBTQ youth can reduce the risk of suicide by over 40%. Pronouns and names, along with the safe self-expression, add to a healthy and safe learning environment for all students, which should always be the goal. And as a shout out to the LGBTQ and Two-Spirit youth out there, I want you to know that you belong, you deserve to be, and you are here for a reason. I know the world is heavy, but please know that existing in the world is a revolutionary act, and we are proud of you. To the representatives right now, please know that the impact that this bill will levy on the LGBTQ youth, and I implore you to vote no on House Bill 105. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your testimony. Next, we have Jessica Vanderdrill. Could you please let us know if you're a resident of Alaska and where you're calling from, and begin your testimony?
Yes, this is Jessica from Buckland, Alaska, and I'm an Alaska resident. And I am a mother of 2 boys. We homeschool, and I'm also a public school teacher. And I support this bill. It's amazing. I'm so happy that the governor is moving in a direction that allows parents constitutional freedoms and natural law. I've witnessed, I think parental autonomy is amazing in education. And I think more parents really need to know about their choices. And this bill is a step in the right direction. There's a lot more work that needs to be done. But I think it's great. Section 4 does have a bit of a, I'm not sure who amended Section 4 of this bill, and I don't see any amendments listed under HB 105, but there is a clause in the underlined amendment that is unless. And that clause, it could undermine the bill, and I'm a bit concerned about the writing of that. And again, I don't know who amended it, and transparency into that would be wonderful. As I mentioned, there's nothing listed on the AK Ledge website as far as who amended it. But yeah, I'm happy about this bill, and I support it 100%. One quick thing about there really needs to be transparency in the GSA and the GLSEN clubs. These clubs happen during school time, during lunch, and students who belong to these gay clubs, they actively recruit students to come into these clubs. And these are unregulated.
Ms. Vanderbilt, could you please speak to the bill at hand, HB 105?
Yes. So the transparency, so parents, I think there should be a list of students who attend these clubs on school property because they are publicly funded. And I think that this bill would allot to that effect. I think that parents could know if their child is attending a certain club or participating in a certain activity that might not necessarily come from the district.
Your time is up. Could you please wrap up your testimony?
Yes, I support HB 105. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Next, we have Kendra Archinica. Oh, I don't know if I said that correctly. Could you please put on record if you're calling from the state of Alaska, if you're a resident of Alaska, if you oppose or support this bill, your affiliation, and your name on record, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kendra Arciniega, and I am calling from unceded Dena'ina lands here in Anchorage. I'm an Alaska resident, calling on behalf of myself. My parents and I actually have some direct experience with some of the consequences similar to what would come of this legislation. I grew up as a queer kid in Alaska. I went to elementary, middle, and high school here. proud Alaskan. All my teachers would tell you that I was a good student, but was always carrying a lot of stress. And a lot of that stress came from the fact that I was queer in an environment in which I didn't feel safe. When I was in high school, I was outed by a teacher before I was ready, and as a result, suffered a lot of bullying, discrimination, and paralyzing fear. At the time, I wasn't even out to my parents yet, and they did find out, and it was very traumatizing. It impacted my entire experience as a student. My parents agreed that their rights shouldn't come at the expense of their kids' rights and my safety. The conditions I weathered at school due to this breach of my privacy forced a lot of trauma onto me. Luckily, my parents were supportive. As many people have mentioned, a lot of queer and trans kids do not have that same luxury. For our government to assume all kids are in safe homes where they would be treated well if they are outed as a queer person is irresponsible. Outing our most at-risk kids for any reason puts them in harm's way. Forcing kids to do something they're not comfortable with because the government feels iffy about pronouns sets a terrible precedent for personal freedom, and it puts students at risk. Youth have rights too. Violating their privacy puts them in danger. I lived that as a queer kid. As the government, you can't destroy someone's freedom and privacy because you want to mandate away their identity. HB 105 is anti-freedom, anti-privacy, anti-small government, and it's un-Alaskan. My younger self deserved better, and our trans and queer kids deserve better now. Please do not pass this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Liv Swanger, could you please tell us where you're calling from? If you support or have opposition to the bill, your affiliation and your name, please, and begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Liv Swanger, representing myself, a resident of Anchorage, and I'm calling from the Pride Center of the UAA campus. Thank you for hearing all of our testimonies today. I'm a third-generation Alaskan, will soon be a third-generation pharmacist, and wholeheartedly love the state we share. After reading House Bill 105, I strongly oppose it. While this bill is packaged in the name of parental rights, it comes at the expense of our students being supported in schools and can be catastrophic for those who do not identify as cisgender and are not in supportive households. I believe that this legislation will compromise our schools being a safe place for students and will put unnecessary stress on our teachers in being supportive of them. Alaska is better than this bill. My legal and given name is Olivia. I identify with Liv as it has deeper meaning for me and reminds me to live my life to the fullest every time I hear it. When I'm called Olivia, it makes me cringe. It would have been excessively traumatizing if I was forced out to my household as queer, as I was not in a supportive household in that respect, which is what this bill would do. Bills like this often come from misconceptions of the LGBTQ plus community and lack of understanding of who we are. 60% of youth experience discrimination due to either their sexual orientation or gender identity. Please keep Alaska schools safe and free of discrimination, as our students deserve better. Thank you so much for hearing all of our testimonies.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Raven Amos. If you could please tell us where you're calling from, whether you support or oppose this bill, your affiliation, and your name on record, please.
Yes, my name is Raven Amos. I am a lifelong resident of Alaska. I have lived in Wasilla since I was 1 year old, and I am vociferously opposed to this bill. I sincerely hope that you have listened with open ears to all the testimony you've heard here tonight. You've heard from teachers, you've heard from parents, students, lawyers, that HB 105 is short-sighted, dangerous, and expensive for the state of Alaska and for the school districts. I'm genuinely sorry if a book has upset someone or a parent was upset at the consequences of their child bullying another, but you already have rights that are expressed elsewhere in the state laws. That this bill doesn't do anything to help those rights at all. And on that topic, English teachers don't just spring book reports on kids. You have syllabuses that teachers are already supposed to send out with the curriculum, with the books. I know this as a former student assistant to teachers. So what I heard in prior testimony is that this parent didn't use the rights that they already had. So what we aren't addressing here is the fact that this is really damaging to the LGBTQ community. Don't parents have the right to send kids to schools that aren't in danger of being closed? Don't they have the right to send kids to school without the fear that they're going to be bullied or outed when they're not ready? And while not every parent is an abuser, this bill is protecting those that are. Reading books doesn't desensitize kids to horrors, but having their caretakers, not listen to them or react in a reactionary fashion instead of soberly discussing these topics that are distressing with kids, that's what desensitizes them. It just teaches them not to, talk to their parents. It teaches them not to talk to teachers. And I hope that you're listening to this, because I think by supporting this bill, you're going to do a lot of damage. And I really hope you're listening to all the folk that have been saying as much. I see my time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Next, we have Bonnie McQuethy. If you could please tell us where you're a resident of and where you're calling from. And if you support, oppose the bill, your affiliation, and put your name on record, please.
Hello. Thanks, everybody, for your fortitude tonight and giving the space for testimony. I am Bonnie McQuethy from Kodiak. I'm speaking for myself. I grew up a queer kid in Alaska. I'm a gender nonconforming person, and surprise, I am in opposition to HB 105. This bill targets transgender and non-binary people, and we are an easy target in these culture wars distracting us from real issues. To be trans is normal, natural, beautiful expression of nature. And we all know, we've heard this, that through history and in cultures across the world, trans folks have existed and have often had to hide from senseless and violent oppression. And can we now, at the very least, not contribute to this oppression by vilifying the existence of trans children in schools? The lives, safety, dignity, and humanity of Alaska's children are seriously at stake here. I barely survived childhood after a suicide attempt in the face of bigotry that spawned harassment and abuse. And if I have survived for any reason, it is so the next generation can be safer. Please, it is apparent that this bill would endanger trans children. Please, please, please take a stand against this bigotry and save lives. We can brush it away, the idea of suicide, when we haven't been personally affected by it. But this is real. And lastly, I'd like to thank Governor Dunleavy for galvanizing Alaska's GLBTQ+ community and allies, and for uniting us, your constituents, to stand up against bigotry. It's apparent that the people of Alaska are opposed to this bill.
Your time is up. Could you wrap up your testimony, please?
Will add my encouragement to the House Education Committee to quash this bill tonight. And thank you. Thanks for giving the space for people to express and speak on this relevant issue, which is trans rights.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Colleen Dahlquist. If you can let us know where you're calling from. And if you oppose, support the bill, your affiliation, and please put your name on record.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead with your testimony.
Hi, my name is Colleen Dahlquist. I've been a resident of Southeast Alaska since 1986, and I am calling from Sitka. I have read this bill and watched the trends across the country and am in opposition to this. While, Alaska's motto is North to the Future, and joining the bandwagon of overreaching legislation across the nation isn't forward thinking. Targeting youth members who are different is dangerous, detrimental to the mental and health of well-being of these kids. and their families, as well as our society. Legislating and targeting gender roles and those with disabilities has been tried and didn't end well. History cannot repeat itself, and I strongly request you vote against this bill. I did a short Google search, and just to look at some of the trigger words in this piece of legislation, such as standardized testing, gender identity, sex education, pronouns, discipline. And not surprising to me, there was a common denominator, and it's been referenced to kind of on the fringe throughout this testimony tonight. I'm going to call it what it is. This is part of a Christian nationalist agenda. This has nothing to do with parental rights and everything to do with marginalizing some incredibly talented, giving, and wonderful human beings. And we can't afford to let that happen. Study after study has shown that denying sex education in schools results in a higher teen pregnancy rate. But that's okay, I guess, considering the movement to encourage pregnancy at literally all costs.
Ms. Dahlquist, your time is up. Could you please wrap up your testimony?
Yep, I've said what I've said. I agree with everybody who's said before me, and please oppose this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Next on the call is Holly Williams. If you could tell us where you're a resident of, where you're calling from, and if you oppose, support this bill, affiliation, and put your name on the record, please, and begin your testimony.
Yes, my name is Holly Williams. I'm a resident of Scammon Bay, Alaska. I'm representing myself, and I'm opposed to HB 105. I'm a high school teacher in Scammon Bay, and I oppose this bill for many reasons. While I am all for parental involvement and transparency in education, in my experience, requiring a signed permission form to participate in reproductive health education creates an unnecessary barrier for students to receive a needed part of their education. A comprehensive sex education protects children from sexual abuse, rape, STIs, and teenage pregnancy. Requiring students to opt in rather than giving them the option to opt out, which they already have, makes it more difficult for students, especially our most at-risk students, to receive this very needed protection. Second, the part about requiring written parental consent to call a student by a name other than the one in the school registry is, in a word, ridiculous. According to that, if I had a student whose name was Matthew, it would be illegal for me to call him Matt unless I had written parental consent. Children have the right and agency to decide what to be called in school, and that shouldn't be up to the parent. Finally, this bill very obviously targets queer and transgender children under the guise of parental rights, which to me seems like pretty slimy politics. This is an already very vulnerable population of children. This law would make it more difficult for them to feel safe and comfortable at school, a place where they not only have a legal requirement to be, but also a right to be. All children have the right to feel safe and comfortable at school, and I believe this law would infringe on that right. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have David Marino. Could you please tell us where you're a resident of, where you're calling from? If you're opposed or support the bill, your affiliation, and please put your name on record, and you could begin your testimony.
Sure, this is David Moreno. I'm calling from Kodiak, Alaska. I'm calling in opposition to this bill for a few reasons. First off, regarding the first section, or at least I believe children should have the freedom from their parents. What I mean is I think they should have autonomy of what their education is. As a bisexual male myself, growing up, my mother wasn't so friendly towards me, and that wasn't so. Anyways, moving on. Regarding the gender-neutral bathroom, or the part segregation of the restrooms, I think that's a ridiculous idea. In our own homes, we already have gender-neutral restrooms. I don't see why we don't have such things in the public. And I think children are smart enough to decide for themselves what their education should look like. If a child is curious about such things, or, as far as their sexual education goes, that's their choice. It's not up to the parents. It's for them to decide for themselves. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Next, we have Brooke Beveridge. If you could please tell us your name, on the record, your affiliation, support, or oppose this bill, and where you're calling from.
Hi, my name is Brooke Beveridge. I am an Anchorage resident on unceded Dena'ina lands. My pronouns are she, hers. I am calling in strong opposition to this bill as it targets one of the most vulnerable populations in the community, LGBTQ plus youth. For one, this bill perpetuates the falsehood that gender only includes cisgender men and cisgender women. Part of this bill would force transgender and gender nonconforming children to use a bathroom or locker room that doesn't match their gender identity, allowing teachers and coaches to police whether a student is trans or not. How exactly would they make this decision? I'm genuinely asking. Behind closed doors genitalia checks? I wouldn't want that for any child in the community, LGBTQ plus or not. This bill allows for too much potential of traumatizing and confusing invasion of children's privacy and body autonomy. This bill would also allow parents and guardians to access student counseling records without their consent. What if that child's facing abuse at home? I was, and I would definitely not confide with anyone in the school if this bill was in place during that time. This bill also bans any sex education below the 4th grade, including things such as sexual abuse awareness and consent. If most children who are victimized, as studies show, are victimized by close people in their life, how are they supposed to identify what is happening to them and then trust schools with this information if parents or guardians can access counseling records without them knowing at any time? Ultimately, there is too many details in this bill to cover in this allotted time frame, but it is simply a hateful, bigoted piece of legislation targeting an already marginalized group of the population that are also children who in this society cannot speak for themselves. As elected representatives, you have the obligation to protect LGBTQ youth, and you need to protect them by opposing House Bill 105. To anyone who might be hearing me right now that is an ally or LGBTQ+, hi, I love you, you're valid, stay strong, and we all heard you cut someone off and hang up on them earlier. I yield my time.
Thank you, Brooke. We love you too. Kai Martin, if you're on the line, we are looking forward to hearing your testimony, your affiliation, your name on the record, please, whether you support or oppose this bill, and where you are calling from.
Yes. Hi, my name is Kai Martin. I live and am from Anchorage, Alaska. I am in opposition of this bill. Everybody has had such wonderful points that I'm not going to go over them all again, but the only thing that I can say to add to this conversation is I grew up at a Catholic school, and I didn't have the opportunity to learn of, all the different identities. I didn't have sex ed. I didn't have all of these different things that all of these LGBTQ kids have now, and I think it's wonderful. I think it's healthy, and I think it keeps trans LGBTQ kids alive, and that is important because they are our future. I'm in opposition of this bill, and I hope everybody that has talked today has changed either your mind or has gotten to you in some way, shape, or form, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Veronica Bunnis. If you could please tell us your name, where you're calling from, your affiliation, whether you support or oppose this bill, and please begin your testimony. Veronica, just hold on. We're going to restart your clock. We're trying to get the volume up, so if you could just wait 1 second. Can you restart her time? Okay. Take a breath at ease. Anybody need to use the restroom? You got a few minutes.
Wow, explosive testimony we've gotten to hear so far there. Amazing what's going on. Sorry I didn't catch that EZEC quick enough there, listening to it online. Hopefully we didn't get too much music there and get those darn infringements that YouTube likes to slap onto these videos when that happens. At least Facebook doesn't do that. They know that this is taxpayer paid for elevator music. Everybody that's testifying today is missing the point behind this bill. This is about protecting parents' rights and making sure that we as parents have rights that we can, that we are their parents. Once we enroll them in school, that doesn't mean our rights end and the schools now have them and we have no say over the upbringing and what our kids are learning and the education they're receiving. If these parents, as they're hearing from several of those that testified today, are so abusive and they got to hide the agenda that is being within the school systems, I thought we had laws and mechanisms in place to make sure protection was put into place for those children. But hiding these agenda items behind the scenes that they have, you could hear the testimony there. It had nothing to do with the bill in front of them. Absolutely nothing. Representative Allard there brought it to their attention multiple times. I mean, over and over and over again, Allard explained to them, spoke to them, and basically was just, come on, folks, wake up. This is not why we're here. This is not why we're testifying on this bill. You need to address the bill in front of us, not what your feelings are. And they just continue right on doing what they were doing and ignoring everything else that is happening there that we're supposed to be addressing here. Our freedoms, our liberty. When did our parental rights end? I mean, I'm still legally responsible for my children until the age of 18. Why is it when they get into public school, I no longer have my rights anymore? I no longer am responsible for my child. If my child, who is a child, wants to change their gender, I'm not allowed to know about that. I'm supposed to be kept in the dark. Why is that? These are my parental rights, my God-given rights. These are my children, not the school's children. And if I'm an abusive parent, like they're making claims that like it sounds like, wow, these parents need to be locked up and put in jail, and these children need to be put into safe homes somewhere. But that's not what the agenda is here. That's not what they're upset about. All I want as a parent is my rights to be able to upbring my children into the way I would like them raised to be, to get a quality education, learn how to read, write, do arithmetic, STEM. Very good programs, all stuff that should be emphasized. Not what gender you perceive yourself to be, or the microaggressions or the victimhood that they want to claim for themselves. Sounds like they're getting started here again. I just heard Jamie on the other line. I'm going to get myself set up to go back to audio here real quick, just as soon as I see it flash on the screen. And so please share this video, like this video. Your support makes this possible. Go to our website, politadick.com, show your support, help us grow, help us fight the legal actions we're now facing, going against our freedom of speech and everything else that we have in life.
We call the Education Committee back to order. Oh, we just lost Veronica. All right, Veronica, if you can call back in, we will be willing to listen to your testimony. And that. Oh, look at you. You're fast. Okay. Is she on? Yeah. Okay. Veronica, if you could go ahead with your testimony, with your name, whether you oppose or support this bill, your affiliation, and where you're calling from, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Veronica Bunis. I am a resident of and calling from Juneau, Alaska, and I oppose House Bill 105. I am speaking to you today as a queer adult and graduate of the Juneau School District, and I can tell you that this bill will kill transgender youth. Forcing kids to either be outed to their parents or to be misgendered all day, every day, will guarantee a rise in suicides in a demographic that already has a tragically short life expectancy. This bill will harm not only trans kids, but cisgender students as well, when their privacy is invaded to make sure that they're using the right bathroom, and when education about their own bodies and healthy boundaries is cut from their curriculum. A parent doesn't have to like the idea of their teenager trying out a new set of pronouns. They don't have to like knowing that little kids know the right names for their body parts. That doesn't give anyone the right to legislate against comprehensive, age-appropriate sexual education or a child's right to freely express themselves. School is where children learn how to be a person and what kind of person they want to be. This needs to happen at their own pace, among their peers, and with as much privacy as they want. What they need from their schools is compassion, support, freedom, privacy, and age-appropriate sex ed in every year of schooling. I believe that this bill is not about parental rights. It is about exercising control, and it is about eradicating queer youth. This bill will not help children. Fully funding our schools is what helps children. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Jacqueline DeBeckvik. If you could please tell us where you're calling from, your name on the record, your affiliation, support or opposition, and then begin your testimony, please. Jacqueline, we're here if you wanted to go ahead and begin your testimony.
Hello, sorry. My name is Jacqueline DeBevic. I oppose HB 105. I represent myself. I am calling from Fairbanks, Alaska. In ninth grade, Father Leone said something to my youth group that rocked me to my core. He said, "God doesn't make junk. You are sacred to him. He loves you unconditionally. To respect God, he asked you to love yourself, warts and all, and in turn love everyone unconditionally." These statements changed my life. This became my guiding principle when working with students, parents, administrators, and community members. All people, regardless of their gender, color of hair, color of skin, body size, sexual identity or preference, and their physical, mental, emotional abilities deserve to be treated with love, respect, and dignity. We may disagree with someone's choices or decisions, but fundamentally, who they are deep down are sacred beings. To that end, all students should feel safe in school, disclosing to counselors, teachers, administrators any sexual, emotional, or physical abuse or bullying going on at home or school. And these students and these school counselors, teachers, administrators should not be sued for keeping those children safe or choosing not to disclose what is said in confidence. Of course, these adults are mandated reporters, which is fine. But when children can't feel safe disclosing in school what can't be safely disclosed at home, I know and fear this can lead to increased anxiety, depression, and suicide. I encourage you to remember that all students are precious and should have the opportunity to succeed and grow into caring citizens, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. Please vote against HB 105. I also encourage you to support HB 99, which would prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity or expression. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Michael Patterson. Could you please tell us where you're calling from, your affiliation, put your name on record, whether you support or oppose this bill, and begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Michael Patterson. I'm representing the Party for Socialism and Liberation Anchorage. I'm calling from Anchorage, Alaska, and we adamantly oppose HB 105 to address the merits or lack thereof of this bill with regard to not teaching children age-appropriate, comprehensive sexual education. Frankly, puts children in danger. Knowledge is power, like a lot of the other people I've spoken to today. And this bill would disempower children to protect themselves with knowledge of what sexual abuse is, what is consent, what is appropriate and what is not appropriate with regard to the essentially what is a bathroom bill. Really, the section of this bill that is a bathroom bill is in the same vein of Jim Crow laws back in the 1950s, 1960s, which told marginalized people and my ancestors which bathroom that we couldn't use. And so I would highly suggest that the committee members really think about that. That do you really want to vote for something that's within the same vein as Jim Crow? The other section of the bill where it comes to gender pronouns, frankly, it's not the government's business to tell kids what gender pronoun they can go by. It's frankly authoritarian to tell people what gender pronoun they can go by. And I find it ironic that I imagine the same people who support this bill were the same ones who are up in arms about schools mandating masks, but somehow it's appropriate to mandate which bathroom a child can use. And furthermore, the idea that parents could sue the schools if they don't obey this law or conform to this indoctrination, frankly, is just an underhanded way to defund public schools and, frankly, also undermines the integrity of the Alaska court system. It really will just bring a bunch of frivolous lawsuits that will just further create a backlog to the court. And just on a personal note, I'm a parent, and I'm also a disabled Iraq War veteran, and there is no way that this bill is is democratic. As a soldier.
Mr. Patterson, your time is up. Could you please wrap up your testimony?
Yes, we oppose this bill, and you should not move this bill out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Janet Johnson. Could you please tell us where you're calling from, your affiliation, put your name on record, whether you support or oppose this bill, and begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Janet Johnson, and I'm from Palmer, and I am an Alaska resident, and I do support this bill. The only problem I have with the bill is there aren't enough teeth in the bill. I think in addition to parents being notified of sex education classes, they need to be notified of all the topics that are going to be discussed and divulge the title of the book being used. And this needs to all be in writing to the parents. They need a complete outline of course content and the bibliography of all terms to be used. And because as written, the teacher can still address any topic they want to call sex education. And I support this, but I just really think we need to go just a little step further. And I appreciate your listening tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Harry Young is no longer on. Okay. And then we have Herman Morgan. If you could please tell us where you're calling from, your affiliation, put your name on record, support or oppose this bill, and begin your testimony, please.
Yeah, good evening, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Go ahead with your testimony, sir.
Yeah, members of the committee, it's so sad to hear this. This what they're doing is going against the laws of God and nature. In the Bible it says, nations that teach children sexual immorality are destroyed. And those who teach this stuff to kids is better if a millstone were hung around their neck and throw them into the sea. And we'll all answer to God someday. And we in ANIAC, we submitted a petition to remove lesbian, gay, queer theory classes because no parent would sign that. And yet it's being taught in science online. It means in homes now. And, the governor is right. We can't wait till we get the attorneys available because our parents' rights are being violated. These are taught behind our back all these years, and we see the results of it. You hear their testimony. Well, I wish more parents would be able to notify this and be able to speak. But that's how it goes on in Juneau. And it's sad to see it called public testimony. It's not. And, the governor telling us to sue the school board, but I think it should go higher up. Because if they're giving these kids hormone replacement drugs that make them boys grow breasts and make those girls grow facial hair, and if they're giving these young girls abortion pills, some states are requiring death penalty for people who do that. We're seeing genocide. I'm a native. I'm almost 70 years old. We're seeing genocide out there. You remember Joseph Mengele? what happened to him. You're trying to arrest President Trump, put him in handcuffs. Be careful. God is watching you. This is that our school our kids are being sexually abused in school. And
Mr. Morgan, your time is up. Could you please wrap up your testimony?
I'll wrap it up. We parents have rights to know what is being taught. And if that is being done outside of school, the person would be doing that would spend 20 years in jail. And this is not fair. We're not being educated, and I applaud you guys for vote the right way, listen to the governor, and whoever parents right have to sue, we have a right to protect our kids.
Mr. Morgan, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate your call. Margaret Shalit, if you could please tell us where you're calling from, put your name on record, your affiliation, support or oppose this bill, and then begin your testimony, please.
Hi, my name is Margaret Shalit, and I oppose HB 105. As a parent and special education teacher in the Kenai Peninsula Borough on Dena'ina land, I study and deal intimately with the causes and effects of trauma. I should hope everyone is familiar with ACEs, Adverse Childhood Experiences. The creator is Bruce Perry, MD, PhD. What Bruce outlines as causing and preventing trauma is not any political, religious, or sexual orientation. What causes trauma is when a person is not a willing participant in something. Therefore, forcing children into situations which they are not consented to because they were seeking support will not only perpetuate isolation, but trauma. Forcing teachers to knowingly violate a student's boundaries because it's the law and potentially placing them in unsafe situations will also cause trauma. Teachers are already on edge. What heals and prevents trauma is a person who is surrounded by a safe, caring, and supportive environment. As a parent myself, I recognize it is my duty to create a safe environment where I am my child's greatest confidant. And if I'm not the first person they turn to, it would be my greatest concern, but it solves nothing to place blame on someone else. This bill also talks assuredly about separation by biological sex, completely ignoring the intersex population, which is estimated to encompass 1.7% of the population, not often heard or understood because they are often forced or coerced to determine a gender. These individuals have higher rates of identifying as non-cisgender or non-heterosexual. There is no box to put them in. Regardless, bullying and inappropriate behavior, which can be defined as calling someone by a name they're not comfortable with, can and do exist in cisgender bathrooms and locker rooms. HB 105 does nothing to arm our kids with the skills to actually combat such scenarios. This, along with other statements, amendments, redundantly lists parental rights which already exist, creating the clear impression that parents don't understand or are having these rights not respected, which is a different issue, and feels like filler on a bill to push a predatory agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Felix Myers. If you could please tell us your name on the record, where you're calling from, your affiliation, whether you support or oppose this bill, and begin your testimony, please.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead with your testimony, please.
Hello, my name is Felix Myers, and I am a Sitka High School student, and I strongly oppose House Bill 105. Despite the idea that this is a parental rights bill, it is clear all the changes and additions made in this bill are specifically targeted at suppressing the education, support, and safe environment that schools should create for all students, by specifically targeting queer students who already face much higher rates of suicide and oppression in their daily lives. We are robbing queer youth of their freedom, something those who support this bill claim to value. I have lived in Saudi Arabia, where being LGBTQ is a death sentence. And I can tell you emphatically, through my experience in schools in that country, the only thing that comes from the suppression of knowledge, from censorship, from banning the freedom of speech for those you disagree with, is ignorance, hate, and death to those who have done nothing wrong other than being themselves beautifully and authentically. That is the only thing that comes from it. We are a nation that is built on the foundational principle of freedom for all, its citizens, even those who are not of voting age as well. Historically, there has never been a time where regression and rolling back of rights for minorities has ever been morally acceptable. We must learn from history that education and love has always been the path towards progress and light in society. Many people are scared of change. And yes, for many young people are coming out these days, and are willing to profess who they truly are. But just like how after being left-handed became socially acceptable, the rate of left-handed people skyrocketed, people are coming out more because they can finally put words to the deep feelings in their hearts, something I think we should celebrate, especially if it saves lives. We must not, as a state, throw our fellow Alaskans back into the dark place of ignorance. It is with love, kindness, and empathy that I hope that I hope will guide your vote, especially if these parental rights that are already provided are being weighted against a possible life of a student. And with my whole heart, I beg you, as a student of this state and as someone who has many friends of this community, to vote against House Bill 105. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next we have Willow Alisay. If you could please tell us where you're calling from, put your name on the record, your affiliation, support, or opposition for this bill, and begin your testimony, please.
Hi, I'd like to start off by saying I'm not actually an Alaskan resident, but I am a prospective resident. I'll be moving there in a few months. If that's not okay, then I can leave now.
Go ahead with your testimony.
All right. My name is Willow Alisay, and I'm calling from Idaho with a prospect to move to Alaska here in a few short months. And I am calling in opposition for myself to HB 105. The youth of your community is in absolute danger. It is absolutely bonkers because we keep saying children are the future, but we don't let them be the future. Just let them be who they are. I don't understand why gender matters so much as it does, or if someone's gay or bi or anything. I don't understand why people need parental, why parents need to be notified. If you want to know what your kid is up to, then maybe be a safe space for them to come out to. And that just echoes the sentiments of the hundreds of other people who have called in today and goes directly against the 10 or so. So I would encourage that, I would encourage the House to take heed to the clear numbers difference here and, once again, vote against HB 105.
Thank you. Bert Hoftinglingen. If you could please tell us where you're calling from, your name, your affiliation, and please put your name on the record and support opposition or on this bill, and begin your testimony, please.
Hello, my name is Bert Hoftelling. I represent myself, my children, and about 5,000 Alaskans that like to follow what I have to say when social media will allow it. We are currently facing in front of us, it's disgusting to actually see a bill like this have to be put onto the floor of Alaska legislators. When did the rights of parents no longer apply once we enroll them into the public school system? It is disgusting that we have to have a bill like this to restore rights.
Oh, Bert, it looks like you disconnected yourself. Is it? Okay. Bert, you disconnected yourself, and we apologize for that. If you want to call back in, we'll go ahead and take your call. We're going to go ahead and move on with Mr. Johnson. If you could put your name on the record, where you're calling from, your affiliation, support, or opposition to this bill, and begin your testimony, please, sir.
Good evening, Chairman Allard and House Education Committee members. My name is Ron Johnson. I'm a resident of the Mat-Su. I live in the community of Dubuque, and I am here in support of HB 105. I have read the bill. I understand fully what it is. It is a parental rights bill, and Alaska has a lot of parental rights, but I believe this goes one step farther into strengthening that. I would like to see some amendments to this bill, and I will tell you why. I have 4 grandsons in the education system in the state of Alaska, and I have 3 great-granddaughters in the educational system in the state of Alaska, and so education is very, very important to me. I would like to refer to Section 5, subsection E, and that's parental notification. I would like to see that section strengthened and say and specify written parental notification. I believe that along with that written notification, it should be all topics to be covered, the title of the book being used, also a complete class outline, and a bibliography of all the terms that will be discussed. And the reason I would like to see this introduced, it grieves me to hear a lot of people talking about rights, but they don't talk about responsibilities. I'm a senior citizen in my 70s, and I grew up believing that rights and responsibility are two separate sides of the same coin. And the reason I would like to see the written notification be more specific, because my responsibility as a parent and as a grandparent is to oversee the education of my children, and I need this information so that I can make a proper decision. And so I fully support this HB 105. I would like to see these things strengthened that I have just added, and I will submit that as written testimony also. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify, and please strengthen parental rights in the state of Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go back to Bert Hoffling. If you could go ahead with your testimony, Bert, we are ready to go.
Do I start from the beginning or where I left off?
Could you just start where you left off, please?
All right. Well, I'm absolutely disgusted that here we live in America. We're supposed to have our freedoms, our God-given freedoms. We have the right to conceive our children. We have the right to raise our children. But the moment we enter them into public school, all of those rights are supposed to end. That is the testimony that we heard here tonight. I cannot believe, I am absolutely appalled at how many people think that a parental's rights ends the moment they go into the education system, the public education system. We need to do more with this bill that we currently have. We need to strengthen it. We need to make sure that it has teeth in it, so that way we parents have the rights to know what our children are learning in school. Arithmetic, writing, comprehension of what we're doing. STEM should be a priority. We should make those things happening in school as the number one not priority that is there, not the DIE agenda that has been put into play. That is the only testimony I heard here tonight. Nothing about parents and keeping the rights that parents were given the day they conceived that child in the womb. That child has, and those parents have every right to say how their child are raised. We are responsible for them until they are 18 and an adult, and until they turn 18 years old, they do not have anything to say about the way they are brought. And if there is that kind of abuse that has been claimed here tonight is really going on, there are laws in place, and we should be enforcing them, and those parents should be locked up away. I am 100% in support of this bill, but I think it needs to be strengthened. Take a look at what Ron DeSantis has done in Florida. It's a good one to be modeling after. Thank you for allowing me to testify tonight.
Thank you for your testimony. Moving on to Jairus Deffens. Please tell us where you're calling from, your name, your affiliation, support or oppose this bill, and please begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Yara Stevens. I'm here representing myself in the state.
Jarrett, looks like what's the call dropped? Okay. Jarrett, looks like the call was dropped. If you could just call back in, we'll take you back on. And we're going to move on in the meantime to Madison Heckert. If you could please tell us your name, where you're calling from, your affiliation, support, or opposition to the bill, and begin your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Madison Eckert. I'm calling from Anchorage, and I am an Alaskan resident. I'm representing myself. I'm calling in opposed to House Bill 105. I've lived in Alaska all of my life. I'm currently a junior in high school, and I myself am not binary. This proposal directly threatens me and many of my peers' ability to learn safely and comfortably. I implore you to first consider a student's rights before a parent's. It is not my parents' right to dictate my identity. I am not an object in their possession. I am a person, and I deserve autonomy. I have gone by a nickname all my life, and just practically, I don't believe that getting written permission for this is a practical thing to implement. And more than anything, it will just harm trans youth and their ability to identify how they wish in the classroom. Beyond that, I believe I deserve a say in the decision to share my school records, and I deserve a comprehensive, appropriate education about sex and gender, along with all of my peers. I have watched as proposals such as these have hurt me and my peers, and they make it quite difficult to go about our days. To see proposals like this is quite simply very frightening. To many trans youth in Alaska, it makes it difficult to go about our days in a productive fashion, and most of my trans peers are afraid to use any of the bathrooms in the first place without any bans on them, just because of the violence that proposals such as these bring about in the community. We cannot put Alaskan youth in harm's way in the name of parental rights. We are people. We are children that this proposal actively harms, and we deserve to be allowed to be children. Please do not forget or overlook the fact that passing this bill would actively harm kids and trans youth in our community. So please oppose Bill 105. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go back to Ms. Stevens. Jara, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Okay, begin your testimony, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Yara Stevens. I'm here representing myself in the city of Fairbanks. And I am opposed to HB 105. And give me a second. I am sorry.
Go ahead, take your time.
Okay. I am opposed to HB 105 because it specifically targets the LGBT community and in the name of parental rights. And I'm sorry, it's really late and I'm very tired.
We understand.
But and I hope you oppose this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. We appreciate you calling in and staying in there this late. Next is Philip Moser. If you could please put your name on the record, where you're calling from, your affiliation, whether you support or oppose this bill, and please begin with your, dear Lord, I'm tired too. Please begin your testimony, sir. Mr. Moser, are you with us? We're going to take a brief at ease.
It never fails. The moment I head outside to go grab something to drink out of the truck because I forgot it in there, that's the moment they go at ease. All right, they're back.
Okay, Mr. Moser, we're going to let you be there for just a moment. We're going to take Teal Heidenreiter. If you could please tell us where you're calling from, your affiliation, support, or opposition to this bill, and put your name on the record, please.
Hello, my name is Teal Heidenreiter. My legal name is Amber Heidenreiter. I am a resident of Fairbanks, Alaska, which is where I am calling from. I'm calling to oppose HB 105. I'm calling on behalf of myself as a member of the LGBT community. I'm also calling on behalf of the Fairbanks Wellness Coalition, which is a suicide and substance abuse prevention organization within Fairbanks. Preventing this bill from passing is suicide prevention. The Trevor Project reported that 45% of LGBT youth in Alaska seriously considered suicide in 2022. 12% attempted. 12% is a large number for a population as small as LGBT youth in Alaska. 72% of the youth reported symptoms of anxiety, 62% reported symptoms of depression. If HB 105 passes, these numbers absolutely will increase. In a state where 64% of LGBT youth who wanted mental health care could not access that health care, increasing the mental toll on this already vulnerable population will have devastating consequences. My job shows me every single day that children are truly the best that humanity has to offer to the world, and that includes LGBT kids as well. In the interest of ensuring that these children have a long life ahead of them and can reach adulthood, please do not pass this bill. Let it die in committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Mr. Moser back on? We're going to go. Okay, Mr. Moser, are you on the call? Is he unmuted? Okay, Mr. Moser. Oh, well, we're going to keep public testimony open, so he'll be able to call back in. Okay, we're going on to Hannah Hill. If you could please tell us where you're calling from, your name, your affiliation, and support or oppose this bill, and begin your testimony, please.
Hello. Thank you, Chair and House Education Committee. I want to thank you first and foremost for your time in this matter. I know it's late, and I know that you're tired. I think that the testimony you've heard tonight definitely speaks to the importance of this matter and the seriousness with which Alaskans are taking this. My family moved from Texas when I was a child, and I attended public school in Fairbanks from the 4th grade on. My testimony is on my own behalf as a queer, non-binary Alaskan who is grieved to have to testify about this matter at all. I oppose House Bill 105 and urge you to do the same. Alaskans' children need protection, and that means treating them as whole people, not forcing manufactured fears on them or their bodies. When I was young, way back in the mid-90s, up here in Fairbanks, we didn't have GSAs. I didn't have out teachers. In high school, there wasn't sexual health education that included queer bodies or taught about consent or what to do when that consent was violated. I was routinely bullied for being visibly queer in violent ways. And while I have a loving family, my queer peers who were less lucky suffered serious abuse at the hands of their own families. Some became homeless. Some committed suicide. They did not feel loved. They did not feel safe anywhere in their lives. And this is what HB 105 proposes to make policy in our schools. The kids who are in danger right now are the ones who are already oppressed. Research proves that LGBTQ plus children who are not protected by the adults in their lives are at higher risk for sexual assault, physical assault, mental health issues. It's not because they're queer. It's because they're being persecuted for being queer. HB 105
Did she? Thank you for your testimony. I apologize. It looks like the call was dropped. We're going to go on to Casey McMillan. If you could please put your name on the record, where you're calling from, your affiliation and support or opposition to this bill, and begin your testimony.
Yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Casey McMillan. I'm a resident of Fairbanks, born and raised, and today I'm testifying as an individual in opposition to HB 105. I strongly oppose HB 105 because it seeks to harm some of our most vulnerable Alaskans under the guise of parental rights, rights that are already clearly protected and enshrined in existing laws. This bill will harm children experiencing abuse by not giving them the tools they need to understand their situation and get help. This bill will harm queer kids by outing them to their parents before they're ready, and will expose them to, at best, unsupportive parents, and at worst, violently homophobic and transphobic parents. This bill will harm all students and teachers by creating problems where there were none. I urge you to protect the rights of all Alaskan students by voting against HB 105. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, it looks like we have Amy Ansley, if you could put your name on the record, where you're calling from, your affiliation, whether you support or oppose this bill, and begin your testimony, please.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Amy Ainsley. I'm a resident of Alaska. I'm calling from Sitka, and I'm unaffiliated. I'm opposed to this bill for 4 reasons. First, I believe that this is an inappropriate use of state force and coercion. It forces the outing of students or forces the closeting of students as well. This does not create a safe environment for our students, both at school and potentially at home. Secondly, this provides standing, not only standing, but financial resources to aid lawsuits against our own schools. And this is poor stewardship of our education system, particularly at a time when school staffing and resources are so critically strained. Third, comprehensive sex education is critical to community health and well-being, both for students and for adults. And we're not doing well. According to CDC data in 2020, Alaska had the 18th highest rate of teen pregnancy, the 3rd highest rates of chlamydia and syphilis infections, the 8th highest rates of gonorrhea infections, and far away the highest rates of rape across the country. We need good comprehensive sex education for our children, and we know that opt-in programs have significantly higher rates of participation, even for things like 401k and retirement savings, which we all should agree are good, valuable things. Rates of participation can increase by upwards of 90% in opt-in systems, and the same applies to sex education. This is too important to risk with forgotten permission slips. This bill violates the rights of parents to send their children, trans or not, to a safe school environment. And as testimony by supporters of this bill tonight proves, it opens the door to further restrictions. No justifications or evidence have been provided to show that parental rights are not adequately preserved with our current opt-out system. Lastly, for any of you who agree on the philosophy or the principles of this bill, again, there's no reason that these can't be considered at a local level. No justification has been made for why these must be mandated by the state. This bill is not right, safe, or smart for Alaskans. Please join me and the vast majority of your constituents who testified tonight in opposing HB 105. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And I just wanted to say on the record right here that we are almost done with the folks that are online to testify. So please hold on. We're getting to you. I think we only have like 12 left. If you are on hold, we will be listening to you tonight. Next, we have Clarice Johnson. If you could please put your name on the record, where you're calling from, your affiliation, whether you support or oppose this bill, and begin your testimony. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Clarice Johnson, and I am a resident of Sitka, Alaska. I oppose House Bill 105. This bill is completely unnecessary and also cruel. Governor Dunleavy said in his State of the State speech that he is pro-life and pro-families. This bill is at odds with that position. If enacted, it creates a hostile environment for LGBTQIA2+ students. Trans youth and non-binary students are at higher risk of suicide, and this is especially true when they lack support from their family and community. School is often one of the few places where at-risk students may find some acceptance. It is critical that doesn't change. Alaskans are leaving our state in record numbers, and if this bill passes, it will only increase the exodus. Alaska needs talented young people and families, and our governor makes it clear with his actions that only people who are acceptable to a narrow-minded religious faction are welcome and protected in our state. As shown by the testimony so far, this bill does not represent the views of most Alaskans and should not pass. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to go to Butch Moore. If you could please tell us your name on the record, where you're calling from, your affiliation, support, or oppose this legislation, and please begin your testimony.
Thank you, House Education Committee. My name is Butch Moore. I'm calling from Anchorage. I'm a resident of Alaska, and I oppose the bill. Specifically, I would like to address Section 7 of the bill, which would effectively repeal Bree's Law and Aaron's Law. In 2014, when our daughter Bree was murdered by her boyfriend, we learned that Alaska is number 1 in the nation in men killing women. In 2015, we passed Bree's Law and Aaron's Law, known as the Alaska Safe Children's Act. There was a task force put forward, and they determined that curricula across the United States was lacking for teen dating violence prevention. And in 2018, we put forward a second Breeze Law bill, which funded the development of Alaska curricula. This has really been an Alaska success story, curricula saving teens across the state, which is being taught now. Both of those bills passed with, I believe, nearly 100% support, and in 2018, the Breeze Law bill was the highest sponsored bill of the entire legislative session. The United States Congress found that this is critical education, and in March 2022, passed Breeze Law nationally and funded $40 million to develop teen dating violence prevention programs and curricula. In December 2022, Breeze Law here in Alaska received a grant for $950,000 to develop national curricula, and we're hopeful that we can work and partner with the Department of Education, State of Alaska, to develop this national education. I would ask that you remove Section 7 from the bill, as the Breeze Law and Aaron's Law have already been decided that they are critical education, not just in the state of Alaska, but nationally. And with that, I'll let you go to Cindy, who I think is next on your list.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to go with Cindy Moore. Please put your name on the record, where you're calling from, your affiliation, support, or opposition to the bill, and begin your testimony, please.
My name is Cindy Moore, and I'm calling from Anchorage, Alaska, where I live. And I am opposed to HB 105. I'm Bree's mom of Breeze Law. Our daughter, as my husband said, was killed in 2014 as a result of dating violence. And I'm opposed to Section 7 of this bill, which basically repeals Bree and Aaron's Law by making it opt-in versus opt-out, as it is now. I was very concerned about this language, so I actually contacted a representative of the governor's administration, and this representative spoke with Law, and Law was adamant. She said that this bill would not affect Bree's and Aaron's Law in any way, but that's not what the language of the bill says. The bill says that it would change it from an opt-out to an opt-in, which would basically gut the bill, Bree's Law and Aaron's Law. I can't imagine why anybody would not want their children to learn about healthy relationships or learn how to protect themselves against sexual assault and abuse. So I'm extremely confused. I'm asking the committee to put forth an amendment to remove Section 7 on page 5. It doesn't need to be in there. I mean, if Law is telling me that this bill does not change Bree and Aaron's Law at all, then there is absolutely no reason for Section 7 to be in this bill. So I'm asking the committee to put forth an amendment to remove Section 7 from this bill. But I also want to speak on the rest of the bill, and I feel like I would be a hypocrite to only be concerned about Bree and Aaron's Law. I believe in parental rights, but I also believe in the rights of our youth. And I feel like, you know, we can't give parents 100% of the rights and give our youth 0% of the rights. I think there's a balance there. And
Ms. Moore, your time is up. Could you please wrap up your testimony?
Yes. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate you fighting for Bree. Next on our, sorry, that Bree's Law, I remember the history of that. So thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Moore, for your testimony tonight. It's greatly appreciated. We have Sammy Graham. She is on the line. If you could please tell us where you're calling from, your affiliation, support, or opposition to this bill, and begin your testimony, please.
Good evening, committee members. My name is Sammy Graham, and I'm calling from my hometown, Anchorage, Alaska. I'm representing myself. As a career educator with a Master of Science in Counseling as well as a Master of Educational Leadership and over 30 years of experience loving students as a teacher and counselor and principal in both public and private schools, but especially as a mom and a grandmom and a lifelong Alaskan. I'm uniquely equipped to comment in support of House Bill 105, a parental rights bill that has been extremely mislabeled by speakers this evening. I personally counseled hundreds of families. I've taught parenting classes, met with concerned parents, and designed and conducted professional development trainings for teachers and staff. Involving parents in the child's education was always the goal, because the undisputed number one predictor of a child's success in education is parental involvement. Countless studies support, I repeat, the number one predictor of a child's success is parental involvement. As mandated reporters, if a teacher suspects a child is not safe in a home, educators are already mandated to report. House Bill 105 supports and honors parental involvement through requiring basic notification and providing written permission. And this bill doesn't target any child. It supports teachers and TAs by adding policy to maintain classroom safety and decorum, as well as student conflict resolution strategies. This bill requires parental access to student records and prevents the withholding of selective information. And the bill protects student privacy and safety through locker room separation. I urge your support of HB 105. I'm sure you're aware that the 49th state is 49th in the nation for reading comprehension and 47th for math. HB 105 is a step in the right direction in raising those dismal scores. Partnering with parents, supporting teachers, protecting children is all imperative in raising school performance. Please listen to all the Alaskan voices, not simply special interest groups who may have mislabeled this bill. Please listen to those of us who have dedicated our lives to educating healthy, happy, productive Alaskan children, our future. I really appreciate you guys staying up this late. I've been listening to 5 hours of it, and I know you have too. I urge support of House Bill 105. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Graham, for your testimony. It's greatly appreciated. Next is Karen Jensen. If you could please put your name on the record, your affiliation, where you're calling from, support or opposition to the bill, and please begin your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Karen Jensen. My pronouns are she, her. I'm from Fairbanks. I'm representing myself only and not any special interest group, as the previous speaker assumed some of us were, which we're not. I'm totally opposed to House Bill 105. As I've been listening to all the amazing witnesses tonight, I've changed my entire planned testimony. We've heard from, I think we're at 101 opposed to this bill now and 12 in favor. And I don't know what more you need to consider beyond that. Parents already have most of these rights as outlined in this bill. No one is taking any rights away from parents. There's no need for this bill. This bill actually takes away the rights of other parents and children in favor of those with a narrow-minded worldview. We already have a hard time getting teachers in this state. This bill will make it 100% worse. What teacher wants to be threatened with a fine for calling a child by the name that the child wants to be called? This highlights how poorly written this bill is. Calling someone the name they wish to be called is called being polite. That's what we all do for each other. Why create a law that prevents that? We've also heard from teachers tonight how important trust is to be effective in the classroom. This bill would make kids distrust their teachers and see them as spies for parents, making their job even harder and leaving no one for the kids to go to. Parents sometimes do abuse their own kids, and early grade sex ed helps those kids know that something isn't right and how to get the help they need. And we've heard from some of those survivors tonight, and that should be all you need to kill this bill right now. The rights of those kids to be safe far outweighs an imagined absolute parental control right. And where are the human rights? Where are the human rights of those children? And as a supporting factor, the CDC states that 80% of kids who die from abuse are killed by one of their parents. Sex ed in general, the whole reason it has to be taught in school is because parents aren't doing it or are really bad at it. And every kid needs those facts to succeed in the world. The bathroom clause is just plain old homophobia.
Ms. Jensen, your testimony, your time is up. Could you wrap up your testimony, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you've heard lots tonight, and I hope you'll oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You have now Audrey Jarake online. If you could please tell us where you're calling from, your name, affiliation, support, or opposition for the bill, and begin your testimony, please.
Hi, my name is Audrey Urot, and I'm a resident of Alaska, and I live in Wasilla. I have one child enrolled in the Matsu School District and one preschooler at home, and I am calling tonight to show support for House Bill 105. I strongly urge you to pass the bill. We send our children to school for the teaching of academics, not sexual identity, sexual education, or the use of what pronouns they feel they most identify with. This bill does not discriminate against any LGBTQ plus people. It puts the parents in control of what they want to expose their children to. If the parents want their child to take sexual education classes, they can opt in them. If they want their child to choose to be called a different name and different pronouns, they can give permission. The choice is all in the parents' hands where it should be, not in the hands of the teachers or the schools. Parents know what is best for their individual child. Teachers and schools shouldn't be trying to hide anything or keep anything from parents unless they have their own personal agenda to push on these kids. The schools and teachers should be held liable for trying to indoctrinate our children and undermine the rights of the parents. Trust in the public school system, in my opinion, is at an all-time low. You can see this with the amount of parents pulling their kids out of public school and finding alternative schooling, whether it be homeschool, private, or a co-op. And I am not far from one of these options. This bill will help build back trust and give transparency to matters that are important to parents. I want to thank Governor Dunleavy for introducing this bill and again urge you to pass it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Leon James. Please tell us where you're calling from, your name, affiliation, support, or opposition to the bill. Please begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Leon Hymas, and I am from Anchorage, Alaska. Thank you for hearing the public testimony on this bill tonight. And thank you to all the Alaskans who so courageously testified in opposition to House Bill 105. My family lives and works on the unceded lands of the Dena'ina people, Anchorage, Alaska. We enjoy having LGBTQ people in our community, and we oppose HB 105. HB 105 is violence against our LGBTQ plus community. HB 105 is violence against children. The only thing about HB 105 that is not an embarrassment to Alaska is the overwhelming testimony in opposition to the bill. Please oppose HB 105 and do not advance the extremist agenda of genocide against LGBTQ plus community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Aaliyah Preston. If you could please state your name on the record, where you're calling from, your affiliation, support, or opposition to the bill, and please begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Aaliyah, and I am a homeschool mom and a teacher. And as a teacher, I can honestly say that I love my children to pieces, my students to pieces, but I know that conversations often need to begin with the parents and not in my classroom. Children do not belong to the government. They belong to God, and He put parents in charge of them. They should always be informed of what is being taught to their children, especially when it comes to sensitive, controversial topics. As stated earlier from another testifier, we are 49th in the state, and one of the things that I struggle with in the classroom is reading and critical thinking skills, and these types of topics just take away from that type of education. I strongly support the governor's bill, and I hope that you all pass it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The last caller of the night is Sherry Coburn. Could you please, I have another one after that. Okay. Sherry Coburn, if you could go ahead with your testimony, put your name on the record, your affiliation, support, or opposition to this bill, and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Jamie, and the Education Committee for holding this public testimony. I hope I sound coherent. It is kind of late, but my name is Sherry Coburn. I live in Anchorage, Alaska, and I am very strongly opposed to this bill. I think some of the testimony, I'm scratching my head because the testimony I've heard tonight, I've been sitting here reading the bill. I don't know how they're drawing all that out of what I'm reading, because it doesn't say anything about what they're saying. They're saying it's going to harm children, blah, blah, but they're not saying how. I feel like, we have a responsibility to our children to teach them in a loving environment. And I think the reason the kids are committing suicide and are confused is because we're bombarding them with all this stuff. Why can't kids just be called their name, their Christian name that they're given by their parents that love them and brought them into this world? We're making this way too complicated. And the reason this bill is being brought up, because the parents' rights have been trampled. When children are getting books in their school library that can't even be read at a school board meeting because it's too inappropriate, there's something wrong with that picture. And when parents are having children being told how to take pictures of themselves, when kids are getting groomed, there's something wrong with that picture. And kids should not be talking about this. They should be talking about reading, writing, arithmetic. And the sexual education, the sexuality, kids in elementary school, my kids weren't even thinking about that. So why are we pushing it and forcing it on them? It's causing all kinds of psychological problems for our kids. They're not performing in the classroom, and everybody's frustrated. We need to go back to the basics and teach our kids what we send them to school for. And then let the parents teach the kids. Give the parents their rights. Let the parents know what the kids are being taught. That's what's important.
Thank you, Sherry, for your testimony. It's great to hear your voice. The last person on the phone is Casey Elliott. If you could please put your name on the record, where you're calling from, your affiliation, whether you support or opposition for this bill, and begin your testimony, please.
Sure. My name is Casey Elliott. I'm a proud Alaskan, straight cis woman, resident of Palmer, and a parent of a public school student in the Matsu School District. I'm calling in my personal capacity, and I am opposed to HB 105. Other callers, many callers, have already stated the many problems with this bill, that it harms youth, especially LGBTQ plus students, without giving parents any rights that they don't already have, that it will lead to increased bullying, increased violence, increased suicide, and increased trauma for our students. But I'd like to speak to the financial risk that this bill is going to pose and the economic costs for the state. This is poorly crafted legislation. It is all over the place. It doesn't do what it says. It is not written well, and it is in opposition to particular federal laws, especially guidance that's going to be coming out in the next couple of months with the changes to Title IX. This is going to cause us lawsuits. And not only that, it puts an undue burden on teachers and school districts when they're already overworked and underpaid. And this bill is going to add another layer of administration and cost. And as everyone already said, we're already dealing with reading and writing arithmetic failures of the state, and we add another burden on it, and it puts our teachers in a precarious position that is just going to ensure that we have less teachers and have more problems. And over the last few years, Alaska has had an abysmal record defending its poor legal choices, and HB 105 will be just another one of those poor legal choices. It's a distraction that we don't need. We need to be actually dealing with the things that Alaska needs to be dealing with, like our mental health problem, like our abuse problem, like our domestic violence problems, not trying to talk about some sort of cultural war or silly scoring of political points. Instead, I would like to let's drop this. Let's go on to something else and do things that actually help
Ms.
children.
Elliott, your time's up. Could you please wrap up your testimony?
Sure. I urge you to oppose this and end this distraction and kill this bill now. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Elliott. Okay. Are there any final comments from any of the committee members tonight? I see none. Okay, public testimony for HB 105 will remain open, and I'm holding HB 105 in committee until a future date. That concludes our business for today. There will be no House Education Committee tomorrow. I wanted to thank everybody for being here late tonight. I want to thank all the public, and I'm sorry for those dropped or the lines were tied up. That's why we're going to keep open public testimony. So Friday the 31st, we do not have an education committee. I wanted to say to half of you, I will see you at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, bright and early. Seeing no other business before the committee, we will adjourn. Let the record reflect. The time is 10:12. Thank you.
Wow, okay. It's been a really, really interesting night. We got to hear a lot of testimony going on out there. According to one of the very near last callers that called in, there was roughly around 120 or so testimonies given tonight. Less than 20 people were for this bill. The others, the 101 at that point in time that she declared had testified, had basically addressed the bill, and their entire arguments was based upon their feelings and something to do with transgender rights, which I do not remember reading anything inside of that bill that would take away any rights they may perceive they are losing. There was nothing in there. It gave transparency for parents. It gave back the rights to parents to be able to be directly involved with everything that has to do with their upbringing and education they are receiving, which is the way it should have always been. I don't know how or why those rights were ever taken away from a parent. It should never be left up to an educator. They are not their parents. It is the parents that are in charge of that. So to give my little speech that I was planning to do there today, before the phone dropped and I lost my flow and train of thought, and because it would have been really nice if I could have just started from the beginning. So here we go. I'm here today to testify before you about this bill. I find it to be one of the most atrocious, disgusting, despicable bills I have ever seen put before our legislative body down there in Juneau. The governor had to put this in front of you because the rights of parents within Alaska have been superseded by the public school system. Our rights are not supposed to end when we enter them into the public school system. We should be in charge of everything that has to do with raising our children and their upbringing. If they want to identify as someone else, then we should be directly involved and directly knowledgeable of what our children are desiring to do. This should not be kept secret. This should not be hidden behind closed doors. This should not be allowed to be put into the hands of people that are not their parents. If the school wants to facilitate this kind of stuff within their school system, they should be directly involving parents on updating them immediately something like this wants to be declared. If the parents don't agree with it, that is a discussion that they should be having with their children. If the school teachers or whatever, the administrators or someone else within the schools feel that that child's in danger because of that, then there are mechanisms in place that should be used and utilized, that they should be turning those parents in, have them investigated, and locked up behind bars if it turns out to be true. All I heard was a lot of innuendos and accusations, making claims that the certain spectrum of the community is going to be targeted by changing these bills. The main people speaking here tonight had absolutely no knowledge about what was inside of that bill. It is restoring the rights that are rightfully constitutionally protected, our God-given rights that is every parent's right to raise their children in an upbringing. And again, if they are living within an abusive household, and this is where they get it wrong, Alaska does have one of the highest domestic abuse records in the state. Rape And most of it, the majority of it, if you look at the population that is perpetuating this, this is within the home. It is a relative that is causing this to happen. And if you think keeping secrets is the way to prevent that kind of thing from occurring, secrets is what got our state in this mess in the first place. We have generations that are taught to keep their mouth shut when it occurs, and keeping it hidden in school because of what it might happen to a student in a parental home. The parents who are responsible, if the school teachers, once again, if they think that this is such a danger that it's increased the suicide rate and everything else, keeping it hidden has caused that to happen. Having it open into the light and disinfecting it has a higher chance of prevention than keeping it hidden and in the dark. And then when people get blindsided by it and find out after the fact, you bet there's going to be anger. There's going to be mistrust, that we do not trust anything that they are doing. This is where we stand at today. We shouldn't be having to be writing legislation to restore parental rights. They never should have been taken away in the first place. Personally, I think our education system needs to be 100% defunded. It needs to be completely dismantled from the ground up and rebuilt again. And I mean by the ground up, just put a big bunch of dynamite underneath the foundation of what they call the education system, just blow it completely out of the water and restructure it from scratch. If the federal funding money that is coming into the state is what's pushing this agenda into our schools, and they're saying, well, our funding will be decreased if we don't follow this agenda that's not providing a quality education, hasn't for decades, we have been on a downward track since 1970. You can really see the change right around the end of the 1980s and into the early 90s. That's when we totally went off the charts as being one of the worst in the nation for an education in Alaska. And you can see it directly related to every socialist agenda, woke agenda bill that they put into the education system that we have out there. And it is just really, really sad. And this new DIE agenda that they have out there, diversity, inclusion, and inclusion and equity, I'm getting a little bit tired here, so bear with me. That has totally undermined. We have taught those that have people in our schools, we're teaching our children to be victims. The more victimhood you have, the more seniority you have on that DIE pie chart of theirs. The more victimhood you can claim, the higher you rank on it. And basically, it's just telling children that if you gives you a way to be reversed racist, and whether you like that term or not, that's exactly what it has created. I thought I lived in a nation that was made of a melting pot, one where we include everybody, no matter who they are, what they look like, how they speak. We're all one nation. We live in America, the United States. We are one people, and we keep dividing ourselves by race, and it was very evident by the testimony given here tonight. I wish every single one of those 101 plus people that voted or testified against this bill tonight to please pick up a Webster dictionary. Take a moment. You can Google it, Webster dictionary, and type in the word delusional or delusion and tell me what the definition is. And then apply that to everything you had to say here tonight, and you will be defining what your testimonies was on this bill. It was 100% a complete delusion. You need to get into reality. You need to start paying attention. They showed their true education level of here that we provide in Alaska. We are dead last. Less than 30% of the children graduating from school have a reading comprehension level that would qualify them to be able to enter into college. That is disturbing. That is sad that most of them are graduating with barely a middle level school reading level, if that, by the time they're graduating the 12th grade. There is a systematic problem within our education system, and it needs to be corrected, and the only way that is going to happen is dismantle the system completely from the ground up, blow it up, Start from scratch, rebuild that foundation so that you have something solid to grow on, and get rid of the federal money that has pushed the agenda that does not teach an education anymore, but teaches the agenda. The agenda is not why our children are put into school. We want them to be able to be qualified to be able to read at a level of their grade or well beyond. We want them to be able to understand mathematics so that they can be well above what they could have been otherwise. There are so many tools out there that can provide a quality education. I was shocked when my kiddo left the public school education system and went into the homeschool program the final 2 years of schooling. Within 2 months after enrolling into it, that she had graduated from high school. Her best friend, who barely had a 9th grade education, who was passed through to the same grade as my kiddo, they're both the same age, just qualifying credits was only around a 9th grade education. We were able to get her enrolled into the same homeschool program, and by March of the following year, that kiddo of mine was able to graduate, something that they had not been able to do under the Anchorage school district and where she was going to school, getting a very poor schooling and education coming out of them that couldn't provide an education to her. That's why she was falling so far behind. But here's two kids, two completely different kids. One that was in another household up until homeschooling started, and then my kiddo, who's always been an A and B student that went into homeschool, miraculously graduated 2 months after the 11th grade year opened up from high school. That should tell you everything about our education system. If you got a bright kid, they have the ability to learn, that they can excel. I really wish I could have convinced my kiddo to enter into college and have it all paid for by our state until she was old enough to be considered an adult, and they wouldn't pay for it anymore. That free education was there, but she was burnt out. She didn't want to go to a college that was going to provide the same slow-paced, uneducating education that she was receiving in regular public schools. That was one of the biggest fears out there. Just wanted to move on with her life, and sadly I can't really blame her, but I really wish she would have, maybe a trade school. I'm a dad. I want to see my kids succeed just like every parent does. I'm very proud of my children, but this is what our public education system versus what a private education system can provide. This is the reason why Anchorage School District is right now trying to remove some of those private charter school systems and envelop them into the public school system. Those schools are succeeding out there. If they envelop them into the public school system, they will now have to teach the public school education system's curriculum instead of the one that is succeeding. That is a step backwards, but this is the way to gain power and control. If you eliminate the ones that are making you look bad, force them to confine to what they are doing, then there is no way to point and say, see, they're there, that's how you succeed. If you get rid of the success, then you can only point to your failure and say, hey, see, we improved it by 2%. We're still at 38% instead of 36%. You should be throwing us a ticker tape parade out there and celebrating that we've improved the scores by another 2 more percent. Our education system's failing. We need to do something about it. This is one step towards a very long journey to restore the rights of parents back into our education system, to where we are directly involved on all levels of it and understand and knowledgeable about what they are being taught in school. I didn't know who if my teachers were married when I went to school. I didn't know they had a life outside of school. I thought school was their life. I thought they slept there, kind of jokingly towards, But you get the idea. I knew nothing about the personal lives of my teachers. They were there to provide me an education when I went to school. Now you could hear it in the testimony of several of the teachers that testified today. They are more loud and proud about their agenda and flaunting it in school and making sure it is a priority for these students to know this. But you never hear them advocating the priority of quality education and how what they're providing in that classroom is failing the students they're supposed to be teaching. Again, They missed the complete point of tonight's testimony about this bill. They made it about an agenda, renaming the bill to what they wanted us all to believe it to be. This is the same thing they did in Florida to Ron DeSantis, calling it the Don't Call It Gay bill. This is just their way when they throw out, oh, Jim Crow laws, the guy that was a supposed lawyer that gave testimony today. I just shake my head. It's just appalling, the gaslighting, the delusional arguments that they gave why this bill shouldn't be passed. And Jamie Aller tried very hard to keep people to acknowledge that they're not testifying on the bill. They're just giving a bunch of their woke agenda feelings about what they want to believe this bill is supposed to represent, which is not what is written in the bill. And that's the focus that we need to keep on this bill. This bill is about parental rights and making sure us parents are directly involved in everything that's being educated to our children, because we are responsible for them. They are not the wards of the public school system the minute that we enroll them into school. And that's what those testifiers there tonight want to see happen. They don't want our parental rights kept in the hands of the public school system, and the upbringing and education and morality of our students, our children, is in their hands, and we as parents no longer have a right the moment we enroll them into school. And that's what I heard from the testimony given for those that oppose this bill. All right, I'm jumping off my soapbox. I do have one last thing to say. You can see it there on the screen. Help protect our freedoms. Go to Politadick.com and show your support. I'm currently facing a lawsuit because I exposed the corruption, the deep-stated corruption within our state. And those that I exposed are very upset about it, and they're now suing me in court over it. I am looking to find legal representation out there so that I know my rights before I end up in actually having to go into the courtroom. I may even have to secure the lawyer by the time I go into the courtroom. This could turn into a case that becomes hundreds of thousands of dollars to battle out. And I tell you what, I personally am ready to do that. My rights, my freedoms under the First Amendment, our freedom of speech, our freedom of religion, our freedom to be able to regress to the government, our freedom of press, all of these things are extremely important to protect, and they are doing everything they can to undermine it. And when you do exercise your rights, they do everything to try to use cancel culture to shut you down. First, they go to the censor medias and say, this guy wrote something that's bad. You need to ban him for a while, make sure this article or whatever it was gets taken down, and they are not going to be able to post or be on social media, or maybe even lose their account because they are just bad people. That's their defense. And then when you ask them to provide any actual evidence that disproves what was stated, they don't provide anything. Crickets. She's just a bad person. He wrote bad things, but never can prove what was said that was wrong or what was bad. And then here we are, many years after this had all happened. I am now being sued because of it, with the same argument coming from them. They think that I have violated their rights, and that they still have no evidence to disprove anything that was written there. They have not provided any corrections of anything that was misstated. I am more than happy to correct anything that was wrong. I am more than happy to put disclaimers in there. I'm more than happy to make sure that happens. But until I am provided with actual proof and evidence, and not just taking your word for it, then I am more than happy to make those changes. But until then, it's going to stick, it's going to stay, and I'm going to need your help to go to court and make sure that my rights, your rights are protected, and that we can openly and freely speak out there. And the way we got to do that is by standing up, not cowering down and running away when obstacles like this are thrown in front of people that are trying to be truth tellers, not truth storytellers. You know, the ones that want to tell you a story of what they think their truth is. I like to paint a story that hopefully brings a lot of evidence and facts and linkable documents to present forward. I never try to give anything on an opinion that I have not already offered uncut and unfiltered for you to see all the way through, which is what tonight was all about, making sure you got to hear it all uncut and unfiltered and hear for yourself the agenda in play, misrepresenting the title of the bill, misrepresenting what was in the bill, all to push an agenda to protect their fragile egos and continue to remove the rights of parents, we parents in this world, from being able to raise our children like we are supposed to, and that's got to come to an end. We need to restore our rights, our freedoms that are inherently ours in each and every one of us. Go to our website, Politadick.com, show your support. Every penny, I guarantee every penny I've ever received since day one has gone directly into running Politadick, expanding everything I do. You guys have seen the quality of my videos from when I first started, good 5+ years ago, how grainy and you could barely hear anything most of the time. You're lucky if it was even coming through, to the quality setup that I have now, to where you could be right now watching this on Twitter. You could be watching this on our website at Politadick.com, at Politadick Live. You could be watching this live right now here at Politadick on Facebook, or at Politadick Unfiltered on Facebook. If you've subscribed to us on Rumble, then here, as soon as we reach enough subscribers there, you'll soon find us live there. We're not that far away. We were just about a dozen away from having enough people to be able to live stream to Rumble. So if you haven't subscribed to us to Rumble, please go to rumble.com/Politadick, or just go to Rumble, put in my name, Politadick. Make sure you spell it with an A, not an I, and subscribe to our channel there. Help us reach the maximum subscriber limit so that we can live stream directly to them instead of having to wait for it to propagate over from YouTube and then cross our fingers that YouTube hasn't made up some infraction that we have violated one of their community policies, like they did on a video about carbon credits, carbon capture, and ESG, and labeled it medical information, yet not a thing in that video had anything to do with medical. So it really is ironic how they will ban things from being able to happen. We're still disputing that one. They have not responded back since I've done the dispute. I'm about ready to make a re-video of that same video, let all of you review it with me, and submit that also into YouTube and say, please point in this video where it hurts your community policies for medical information. We just can't find it. Maybe that might give them an eye-opener, who knows, but at least it'll give more publicity to another scam being pushed on us all here within our state. We got to open our eyes to the corruption. The only way to do that is to stand strong and united. Thank you guys all for being here tonight. Please, again, like, share this video. Make sure more Alaskans get to hear and see what is going on. I appreciate you guys all sticking this around this late at night. If you're still on with me, great. If I don't have nobody watching, I love talking, so it's a bonus for me. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow morning. I'll probably be somewhere on the Michael Duke Show, usually just commenting if I'm up that early. Fridays is not one of those I usually tune in to, just because it's topics that don't cover what's going on within our state too much. But we'll just have to wait and see. Again, thank you guys all for tuning in all night long. It has been great. It has been wonderful. You guys all have a great night. Love you, Alaskans.